And basically, I'll paste the letter in the chat so that everybody has a copy. But it basically says that you are all in grave danger. The boy that you describe carries a dark curse, and you must flee with your son to my estate. I have enough provisions for your family and friends. And so basically come to my manor. Now, this boy, Luca, the man shared with the group as well that his father had gone out seeking wine a few weeks prior, and the group basically knows that he obviously never returned and will never return.
My dad did that
Now,
too.
when they did all these investigations, again, no bone, very few bones, no blood. They saw a shady woman kind of standing in the crowd. They decided to follow her. Now, when they followed this woman through town, it kind of started to become quicker and quicker as she ran through the streets of Kresk. And as she turned a corner into an alley, that's when they were confronted with this creature, which had a striking resemblance to the son of the mayor. And this creature, they basically surmised that it was some sort of resurrection madness, that this boy was basically starving to death regardless of how much he consumed. And he moved at such a crazy speed, which is why all of the wildlife in and around Kresk had been consumed by this boy. And he turned out to be a very formidable foe. And that's that's basically when, at the end of the session, the mother of Ilya came running over, and it was then that she basically said, like, I knew what he was, but I just couldn't bear to either A, tell anyone, or, I had my son back. It turns out the mayor, Dmitri, did not know. And when he shows up, he's basically a shell of a man, not only having lost his son now, but his wife as well. And that's the whole session recapped.
Yep, pretty much.
Y'all some stone cold killers.
Yeah, we're hard.
Oh yeah, says everyone that didn't want to execute the mother.
We're hard, not heartless.
Fair.
We still killed the kid.
Well,
We didn't want to.
Well, yeah, for obvious. Well, I mean, speak for yourself, I suppose.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that. You should probably lay low for a while.
So, with that recap, any questions?
Yeah, take a look at my DM when you have a second.
Okay.
Because it could be pertinent to this session.
Okay. Was everybody able to get in? I guess that's.
I am, but I'm not on combat tracker, so I can't see anything.
Still not fully loading everything
well,
for me.
The game's
Okay.
paused, so would that be
Yeah,
why?
the pause part is fine. All the other things you're mentioning are not fine.
You weren't with us during combat there.
No, you wouldn't have been.
No, Dimitri.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, we
let
sort
you chill out.
I was going to ask, where is Cormac right now?
Yeah, so we were.
Whose house were we at?
I was gonna say we hand waved that you were dealing with your feeling sick. We didn't want to try to do any rituals without you or anything like that.
Right,
yeah.
so he's just in a shack dying somewhere, just turning into a werewolf. Okay.
Yep.
We were staying at somebody's house while we were in town.
I think we were staying with Mathael or with.
Yeah.
With Mathael.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's rough. We didn't really role play it, but that's where we said we were staying.
Yeah. I'm giving him hell right now. I am the worst sick person ever.
Feels bad.
I have a feeling he's not the best, most empathetic caretaker either.
I don't care. I'm still complaining.
Cormac has the definition of a man cold.
That just makes me complain more.
I did pick up an item that I may or may not shove down Cormac's throat, depending on how much I care about you.
I am all laying on the couch, asking for water constantly. Need the TV turned up for me, even though the remote's right next to me.
There we go.
Oh man. All right, I'm just doing one more thing, and then I think we're rolling.
Stream is live, just so everyone knows.
Hey.
Nice.
Hi, stream.
Hey.
Hi, YouTubes.
Woot woot.
Make sure to like and hit that, smash that like button.
I want you to fuck your mouse up on my,
Subscribe.
my like button.
We will send you a $2 mouse to repair your $60 mouse that you broke clicking like and subscribe.
He will, I won't.
Unless they share and get us to
Hmm.
4 million views.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
That's going to be a lot of mice.
Mices. They're just gonna write that off
Mice?
as a business expense. Mises.
How much you think? You want at least 1,000 subscribers, because then you can start monetizing it.
Hell yeah.
That's it.
That's the goal. That's the goal, stream.
Yeah.
We need 1,000 subscribers.
1,000 subscribers and I think 3,000 views or something like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
between
We'll get the
all of
views.
us, we should know 1,000 people.
I don't.
Speak for yourself. I don't
No,
know
I said
1,000 people.
like between all of us.
Yeah.
Somebody would have to carry most of it because I don't like people. So
My shoulders are up to the task. I'm
Uh.
slightly a social creature.
Do you have room on your shoulders for me as well? Because I know like 3 people, and half of those are my family.
Yeah, I got you. I'll make you pies and I'll carry your viewership share.
That's a good friend. That's a good
Yeah.
friend right there, stream.
Oh yeah, hey, you guys are lucky. I remembered to pack my waffle maker separately for August.
Hell
so,
yeah. Oh.
just so you guys are aware, we're at 305 subscribers and 8,000 views.
Wow.
we're getting there.
Those are rookie numbers.
We
We
got
need
the
to bump
views
those numbers
covered. You
up.
just need the subs. You're
Yeah.
good.
I think that should
Maybe-
be almost right.
Did you actually? I saw something that D&D is actually launching its own streaming service.
That'd be pretty cool.
For
For just D&D streamers?
Yeah,
oh.
it was
That's
one of those
not
like
gonna
article things
backfire.
that pop up on my Google News.
Look, I'm gonna tell you how this is gonna go down. They're gonna hire a bunch of video people to make that happen. It's not gonna take off, and then all those people are gonna be out of work.
Well, everybody already you already have your viewers in your community set up on different, like on YouTube or Twitch or whatever. Like nobody's gonna.
Ride that like the stock market.
Move.
You jump in day 1. You start streaming for 2 months. And then when it starts to drop off, back to YouTube.
There you go.
Tell
You
people to
heard
come
it
with
here, folks.
You heard it here first.
People did
mean, are
that with Kick.
Are they
That was the newest one that just came out.
incentivizing that the streaming on their platform at all? Like, is there any like benefit to
I
streaming
wouldn't
on
want
their
to know the
platform?
cut for it because I mean Twitch is bad enough. Imagine what the freaking Wizards is gonna take from you on a stream
I
like that.
mean,
Yeah.
my name is some French dude, and I support platform hopping. Vote for me.
You heard that? Some French dude. Vote
Yeah,
for him.
Yep, some French dude. Support
Ah,
platform
right.
hopping.
The main incentive is that if you use their platform, they won't send someone to your house to try to beat you up.
I mean, I would actually that challenge accepted right there for me.
I mean, the Pinkertons though. Come on.
Yeah.
Can our next D&D campaign be Pinkerton themed?
Oh yeah, that
Yes.
was the buddy who accidentally got the Magic the Gathering cards 2 weeks
Yeah.
early, wasn't it? Thank you, Jeff.
It's got to be
It's
all
part of-
Goblin themed
no,
and all Pinkerton
Y-
themed.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
Jeff. It's still cropped.
Mm.
Like the whole left side. There's valuable or there's necessary information, I should say there.
I
but it-
don't think so.
The Glinkertons. That's what we'll be called.
Okay, so
They
I
changed
did
the
it.
icons.
there's a parentheses.
I think it's
And I don't-
3d6.
Oh, see, that's kind of important for me to know. Just take a picture. Can you just take a picture on your cell phone and send it to me?
I don't think I have that in front. That's something custom.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep.
So. Okay, so it's 3d6. You said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll
Yep.
try. I'll try and decipher what the missing words are. Okay, sorry. Sorry. to
Three
take up
three
the
six
time.
on a success. Poisoned, prompt, and condition. I think those are the.
Okay, cool. Well, good to know.
All right. With the recap already done, what would you all like to do? You're standing here
Bloody and
in
traumatized.
Kresk, bloody and traumatized. The crowd has started to gather. There is an
Oh, wait.
immediate.
Sorry, we forgot. We
Yep.
forgot one thing. Who was it? Lisbeth that gave the rousing speech to appease the crowd.
Yep.
I think that is well worth mentioning
Mhm.
at this
Nah.
point.
Nah.
Yeah. So the crowd that like the crowd had
Remember-
mainly kind of dispersed, and now it's just like a slow trickle of people coming in. But Dimitri, like looking around and like seeing all of these community members staring down at him, he knows that the tough decision had to be made, and he looks to all of you. That's when you cast your vote for exile. She leaves immediately with not even a chance to say goodbye. And Dimitri, you could tell, like I said, is kind of a shell of a man, as his son, whatever is left of him anyway, is laying here in the street.
Oh, it's too cold.
To be fair, I don't think she really had anybody left to say goodbye to.
Nope, she does not.
He's gonna die. I think we're all pretty messed up. I think we talked about going up to the Abbey, but I think we're all pretty messed up.
It's been a long time
Um,
since anybody hit Reeves. He doesn't like it.
Yeah, I am very messed up.
Reeves was tanking for a bit, was he not?
Yeah,
If I
he-
remember correctly. That's the other thing, is that it was only Merek and Reeves that chased after the woman at first, and it took Sid and Lisbeth 3 rounds of combat before we actually caught up to them. And you guys did pretty well on your own
Mm-hmm.
before we got there.
I mean, all things considered, like taking 18 seconds to get there is not that. That's a pretty good response time.
That's yeah.
It's better than, U.S. cops for sure.
It would take me longer than that if Janik called me from upstairs right now.
Is that willpower or physical power?
I have to grunt. I mean, ugh.
Oh yeah.
You have to imagine there's some urgency to it. We heard the fighting.
So I think Sid and most of us are pretty low.
Yeah,
Sid's
I
looking
think we're all
very, very rough. It's still morning time, but I think we have to
at least
at least collect ourselves somewhere. Maybe to Dimitri. Dimitri, right, is the husband.
Yep.
Maybe we could rest at your house and talk about this Abbot.
He he's still just like staring down at the ground, but he kind of just like very slowly gestures as if to almost like, I don't care, like do what you need to do.
Is Freya, Irina
Mm-hmm.
here or at Crest?
No, she's here.
Or at his house?
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. It's morning time. I don't know what will happen if we rest a full night. But at least we should take an hour or so to collect ourselves and decide what we're gonna do. I worry that the rest of the town might be in danger now that we've kind of discovered maybe the Abbot's betrayal.
Merek, who's still shaking off bile off of his entire body.
Oh, that was the other
Uh,
thing that John missed.
Yeah, it kept
Bile.
vomiting on us. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the vomiting and all the licking, all
It
the,
was a
all the
great
licking,
time.
all the licking I did.
Oh yeah, that's the other. Yeah, yeah.
It was so weird. So weird.
It was so delightful. Um, regardless, we need to heal. Continues to wipe off bile off of his body.
I think Cormac definitely would have just went ahead and turned if he saw that. Like,
He definitely would have been up in a tree.
Oh, that.
But yeah, I think we need to go figure out what Dimitri knows about this Abbot, because we know he's the one that caused this.
Does everyone want to
no.
roll an anyone who's proficient in Arcana roll an Arcana check?
am I with the group now? Are they just
Mhm.
like gathered around me talking while I'm?
Yeah, I would imagine you like slowly kind of come out of the.
You heard the commotion.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't get up. I'm just listening. I'm definitely not that
Sorry,
type of person.
Jeff, is it 14 parenthesis 3d6? So is it 14 plus 3d6? Is that
No,
what it is?
just 3d6. The 14, or maybe it's 46. It's average. The 14 is average.
Okay, so 4d6s.
Hmm
Okay,
Okay.
I'm not able to roll
That makes
anything.
a lot more sense now.
You rolled 4 times on my side.
Really? I can't see it.
Yeah, Cormac.
I
Yep.
can't see anything.
That's
Okay.
right.
I don't see his rolls at all.
You guys using Chrome?
Yep.
That's what I'm using.
Yeah,
We're
that's
supposed to
what,
be?
that's what
Mhm.
I'm using. That's what I'm using, and I don't have any issues.
That's okay. With a
Should
Reeves, do you have proficiency in Arcana?
Did I roll well?
No, but
at
I have
least?
a great Arcana score.
14, 10, 21.
Yeah, why don't
9.
you roll as well? Because you're like you have a headband of intellect, so.
Good start. Good start.
There we go. Now I can see the rolls.
I still can't see any. Did you refresh?
Yeah,
22.
I refreshed.
Okay.
Every time I can't, something stops working, I just refresh and it pops all back up again.
So Reeves, you maybe at some point would think back to the vision that you had from Madame Eva, and knowing that she was clearly very concerned about this resurrection taking place. And you wonder now, thinking back and you kind of standing there watching her facial expressions, you wonder if it was not so much a concern of the resurrection itself, but potentially resurrections within Barovia that she was so concerned about. Think back to what you've learned about the Black Bottle and how a resurrection perhaps
Opens the gate a little too wide.
so you wonder if you wonder if maybe
what else might have come through with the boy?
well and maybe the abbot is not necessarily doing it from an evil perspective. When you bring somebody back in Barovia, and something that you've all learned is that there are those Barovians that have souls. There are those that clearly do not possess any. Random passerbyers that you see that just go about their day with, no life to them at all, no personality.
NPCs.
Well, some have personalities, but you then realize that this black bottle that you've experienced, souls trying to get out of this black bottle. You think, maybe it's luck, maybe it's a cue to get out, but at least for sure that a resurrection kind of bypasses this. And you wonder, does that not come with consequences?
truth. Which are all concepts I share with the group as we kind of make our way where we're going. Just spitballing, thinking out loud here, guys. I'm kind of worried about what the implications.
But this is the first time that Cormac has heard about the bottle of souls.
Elizabeth has no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I guess what would you maybe share about that? Because Reeves, you've
You're
Several
telling
times.
me that even if I die, I'm still not free?
Yeah, it's actually worse when that happens. That is,
Oh my god, I'm in
There's
hell.
something worse than death.
there's something
you're
worse
saying?
than this. When
I'm
yeah,
turning into a werewolf in hell.
Merek's gonna murmur on his breath. Yeah, just not killing Strahd is worse.
yeah, and when people die, it's not just us. It seems to affect everybody here. We go to this place, and it feels like you're there for an eternity, even when our friends are able to rescue us. And it's a just abyss of emptiness and souls, and a door opens, and every time you just hope that this is your ride, that you're going to be able to catch this door, and you never do, and it feels like you never will. And it feels like
Please,
years pass.
please pardon me while I have small mental breakdown.
Some of us
You
have been there a
shouldn't.
few times.
It doesn't matter. None of you should have any fears. If the Fae kind of brought you to Barovia, that means you are the destined heroes to slay Strahd, and
Look.
nothing should be damning for any of you at the end of the day.
I do not know what Nature Man over here is talking about, with antlers and everything popping out of his head. Faye did not bring me here, okay? I am not chosen. I am not chosen by magical creatures to kill this vampire. Eh? Maybe that's how you got here, but that is certainly not how I got here.
It didn't really feel like we got chosen either. But Merek has always had his enthusiasm when it comes to our adventure, and to be honest, it's kind of part of his charm.
Merek's gonna take out his idol of the huntress made of werewolf bones at this point. We're on version 3.0. He's just gonna like look at it, like kind of pray to it, but also like ask the idol why the chosen ones are like this in his mind, not verbally. But I kind of all wanted you to know that. I'm just gonna put my idol back away.
Merek, as a bona fide part of the team, does that make you a chosen one too?
No, I'm nothing more than cannon fodder for you guys at the end of the day. Off table.
So, let me get this straight. Just to recap here. Just to recap. We are stuck in a hellscape that death will not even release us from.
Correct.
And you put your faith and trust into a man who is talking to a homemade idol made out of werewolf claws and bones and fur as being the chosen ones to kill Strahd. Or, sorry, I forgot I'm not supposed to say this. But to kill, you know, that guy. Uh, am I, are we all, is that on the level there? Or am I getting close?
It's not how we see it. We're here trying to help the people we can, and once we do, we'll have a way out for ourselves.
Are you sure about this? Because this sounds like absolute nightmare.
It currently
Like
is a nightmare for everyone here.
one that you will never wake up from. Like, you know those nightmares where you wake up and your body's just paralyzed in your bed and you cannot move, and there's that weird guy sitting on the edge of your bed.
It's already less of a nightmare now than it was before you arrived. And we're going to keep making it less of a nightmare until the people here are free. And you can help us. You know, today we did a little part. We can do a little more, and eventually we're gonna free this place, and we'll be free, and you'll be free, and you'll be able to go back to where you came from.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but this little bit we did today didn't feel that good.
It rarely does.
I mean, what choice do I have?
Hard to know you're doing good if you're not feeling good about it.
I would
You-
disagree with that sentiment.
You could hide in your hut, but I only give you a few days before you
Yes, that is what I'm
turn into
speaking
a
of.
beast.
What
So I don't
choice
think
do
you
I
have a choice.
I do not have choice. I am stuck with the chosen ones, apparently, and man who talks to dog parks. Before I become dog myself. I'm just going to go lay down for a little bit and cry, but I will be back. Okay, do not leave without me. I will be back. And Cormac is just going to go into the next room to wherever he was laying down and scream violently into his pillow for just a few minutes.
The walls are paper thin.
Yeah.
Lisbeth is gonna kind of look at the group and go, "Did we figure out what we're doing about that yet?"
We well, I sent a note off to Velaki. I don't have the skills. I don't have the magic to cure him. And the only person here who might, potentially the Abbot. So I've sent word to Velaki, but I have no idea if that will
Merek's gonna pull
reach
out
us in time.
a small vial of liquid and just hold it up to like the sky and go, "Don't worry. If he gives us trouble, I'll shove this down his throat." And I'll just like put the vial away.
Do we know what that is? What is that? Is that the?
Did I not tell that's the blood rage sedative? It inhibits lycanthrope urges and whatnot. I'm not gonna read you the entire paragraph there, but suppresses his issues.
Good to know.
So, all the stuff you were saying before about what Reeves realized with at Madame Eva, he told us all that, right?
I did.
So, the Abbot could be good. He could just be ignorant.
I wouldn't assume anything's good in this place. He may not be out to kill us immediately.
But can we assume that his intentions are bad?
We can assume that he has to be dealt with one way or another.
I'm just thinking in terms of him helping us with Cormac's hair growth.
Yeah, can't judge him till we meet him. But he already made one monster that we had to deal with, so he's got a point against him.
And he would have been aware of that monster.
I think we shouldn't linger any longer and go lick our wounds in case anybody else approaches.
Oh yeah, we need to go back to whose house were we going back? Or wait, where are we?
We're just standing in the street. So I was suggesting we go back to Dimitri's house or Mathael's, whichever, and just take a short rest. It's early. We can't take a long rest again for another few hours.
We're not doing the whole day is night, night is day thing again.
No. Yeah.
No, we need to ask Dimitri what he knows about the Abbot.
Our party should be called like the night shift or something.
The night shift.
Yes. These are all good ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should go take a, collect ourselves, patch ourselves up, and maybe see about heading up to the Abbot, either for salvation or for.
Who just moved me?
I did.
We don't
Just so
have
you guys-
we don't have time to get to Velaki with him, right?
No, I've sent.
That
word
wasn't
to
an
Velaki.
option.
No, I've sent word to Velaki. I hope.
Okay.
I hope Velaki comes to us, but I don't think we can rely on that.
Okay.
Do you guys just want me to read you what the blood rage sedative does to put you a little bit at ease? Because I would have shared the info.
Does it kill him?
No, it doesn't. It
Okay,
doesn't kill
then.
him. Actually, I'll just post it in chat there.
So I've just ran a short rest for all of you. But if so,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm
if
gonna
anyone
spend
wants to
hit
spend
die.
hit dice, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Before you do, let me just check. Yeah, probably is good. It's good. Okay. So yeah, if you do want to spend a hit dice, go ahead and
And I will use. So yeah, and
Alright.
I'll mark off whatever I need to afterward.
Here you go. I
So-
posted the blood rage sedative in chat.
yeah, Chance will take one of your uses.
Yeah, just give me the
plus 8.
total at the end. Well, give me the total
Okay.
at the end. Yeah, I got a +8 to medicine.
So if you do want to spend hit dice, you add 8 to that per hit dice. So just remember that.
How do I do hit dice again? Everything's different. Like everything looks.
Um,
I was just getting used to how this was laid out, and now everything's changed.
so give me
I
1 second
also
here.
have to use a.
So
Yeah,
add
but
8 to that as well, Reeves, for each. So it's an extra 16 on top of that. So you'd be at 55.
Correct. Can I? Yes, I can.
I'll update it here. I got
No,
it. There you go.
Thank you.
I have to
Alright.
target myself to roll my medicine kit. I forgot about that.
So you don't need to roll your healer's kit. No. You just add. You would add +5 to whatever hit dice roll that you roll, and then just mark off a charge basically.
Okay.
I screwed up a little bit. It only let me roll my hit dice once. I was going to do one at a time.
You should be able to do it again.
No, it's not doing anything. Let me
So,
see.
uh,
Oh, there it is. It's underneath. That's fine. I got it.
Can I roll
And-
another one? I never use my hit dice.
yeah. Roll as many as you like.
Fuck yeah. So that's +8.
Yep.
Each time. Yeah, each time is +8.
Oh yeah, I am max health.
Except in this case, Merek, it's +5 because he's healing himself.
Yeah. It won't. Yeah, it's the same thing. It won't let me roll more than one.
It's underneath. It's underneath your screen. Move over your character sheet.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Ooh, that's a
Yeah.
big roll, Lisbeth.
Lisbeth needed it.
So add 8 to that as well. So give me 1 second. I'll add
Okay.
8 for you. So you're at 55. So there you go. So
I
that
didn't
was one
realize
hit dice.
I was actually like pretty.
Oh yeah.
I think if that kid hit me one more time, I would have been down.
Yeah.
I got pretty fucked up.
Ooh,
nice.
that's a big roll, Merek. So add 5 to
Yeah.
that again
I'm adding 5 every time.
every time.
So I've got.
Did you want to use any more, Lisbeth?
I think I'm gonna use another one, yeah, because I
Yep.
need to.
Yeah, you have 7, and you get half back every long rest. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
definitely worth using them. So again, add 8 to that. That puts you at
Lisbeth,
math
Chance, myself,
72. There you
Reeves.
go.
Yeah.
So I've used
Uh,
4. I'm down to 4 healers kit.
I'm gonna use one
No,
more
I'm
just
not.
to try to get myself up. Okay, there we go. I'm almost full now.
Well, and you get 8 more, so you're actually there. You go.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
Perfect. That's better. I'm feeling a lot better now.
All right. So as you all bandage your wounds in Dimitri's home, Irina kind of looks at you, Sid, and says, is this ever gonna get any better? We've just been running from town to town, and this was supposed to be this beacon of light.
I'm gonna look over at Reeves and kind of nod. It's just like, tell him about the werewolves.
Just kind of like, not now.
We've purged the evil from Yesterhill and from Argynvost, and Mercer's currently supporting Velaki. So while it might be dark here in Kresk, there is hope.
I'm no scholar, but that sounds about 1 billion times more percent better.
It is. It just seems everywhere that we go, something else goes wrong. It just doesn't seem fair.
Life isn't fair.
Like there's a force that is constantly putting like these random encounters in front of us.
I've never heard of
Critical.
superstition like that before.
You think these are random?
I mean,
Do you think they don't he's not watching everything we're doing?
I do
and
not know.
setting
I
these
just got
challenges
here.
in front of us?
I just got here.
By
It's
he,
time
you
to-
mean Strahd, right?
I have been here like 3 days. Not even 3 days. And already turning into werewolves.
We lost our first member in less than a day.
Try
So you've made
being-
it. You've made it 3 times longer than our first.
What's Cormac's reaction when Sid says
first
that?
person we've lost.
Forgive me if that does not feel very comforting.
You're doing great. You're doing great. 3 times
You're
longer.
still
than the
alive.
rest.
It's literally the first house we saw. Someone died in it.
I mean, I was literally born here. I don't know what the big deal is about any of this.
Because
I mean, Lisbeth is starting to get a little offended.
just
He
about
grew up
everywhere
here, he
else
thought it was
but
beautiful.
here, there is nice things, good things, happiness. It exists, not here.
And you will give your body in service to making this place better. That's why you were brought here.
I was just reading a book. And then poof, I'm here.
And I wanted to make furniture as a living, but I was raised as a weapon. Now deal with it, please.
Excuse
Please.
me for not having however many years to come to the terms of the shithole that I live in. It might take me just a few more moments.
Merek's just gonna like clench the vial in his belt and just start ignoring you at this point.
Cormac, I hear you. I don't want to be here either. But the only way out is forward. We need
Look,
to keep.
you don't have to convince me. There is no other direction to go. I am with you, but that is not going to stop me from complaining about it because it sucks.
I had a feeling that might be the case. Barovia strikes again.
Just let me vent my frustrations, please.
Fair enough.
You're making this horrible place so much better every day, Cormac.
Maybe we start thinking about what's next for us in this hellscape. How do we move forward from here?
Dealing with the Abbot would certainly be a good start.
How do we want to approach that conversation? I'm not
No,
sure.
they have a-
Do we want him to help us, or
If Dimitri's here, I'd like to ask, who is the last person? Well, does the Abbot come down? How often? Or when was the last time? And when was the last time someone went up?
So yeah, if you wait, like, since you're resting for about an hour, after about, I don't know, we'll say about an hour and a half, Dimitri does come in just as you've kind of all bound your wounds and had this conversation. Dimitri says that the Abbot rarely makes a visit. When he does, he visits the pool on the far end of town where the shrine to the Morning Lord is. And he visits there, but no one has any real interactions with him. Everyone keeps to themselves. They know to keep to themselves. He tells you he's not entirely sure what's happening at the Abbey on the hill. You've all heard the different howling and ringing of bells at random times from the hillside. But he tells you that no one has gone up in at least 5 years.
so why did he come to you?
He tells you that he's just as surprised as you all were, to see him at his doorstep. He has never once visited his home, and he was kind of blindsided by the fact that the abbot would be able to resurrect and bring back his son, so much so that he would take any risk to do so.
Merek's gonna walk up to Dimitri, look him square in the eyes, and just say, "We need healing kits. And are there any weapons of note in this town?"
Tells you they don't have much of anything. Definitely no weapons for anything to do with healing. Maybe our like the same person you visited last time for your poisons may have a handful of things, but really they're needed here for our people.
No, we'll see about that. Merek's gonna turn to the party and say, "I'll be right back," and I'm gonna head out. What was her name again? I have it written somewhere.
If you say that, he grabs your shirt and says, "We've lost enough in this town. You're only here because of her." And he kind of looks over at Irene and says, "Do not take from these people. They've already lost so much."
Take? Last time I checked, I gave you half a bag of food for what I got from this town.
He kind of hesitates for a minute, and kind of the anger subsides. You can tell he's, you think, just going through some grief.
Yeah.
Why don't we have plenty of healers kits for the next few days? Why don't we leave them to their grief?
Because one of the chosen ones said that, I will back off.
I'm gonna turn to Reeves and just be like, "Who the fuck is she?" And just point, like when he says, "You're only here because of her," I'm just gonna be like, "Who the fuck is she?"
You have not met her.
Yeah, this is Freya. She helped us when we first got to Barovia, and now we are returning the favor. She's being hunted by you-know-who, and we're trying to find anywhere that she'll be safe. We thought it was here, and now we're starting to think it might not be.
Look, I can heal a little bit. All right, it's not my chosen forte, but I have a few capabilities. If this town is already a shithole, Merek, was it? Yes.
Yes.
Look, let's just, if we can approach it with a little bit more caution, as I suggested last time, before we just haphazardly ran into den of werewolves.
I mean, last time there was lives on the line.
I understand, but you know, there were a few things we could have done better, if you don't mind me saying.
Well, maybe if you complained less and strategized more, we wouldn't be having this conversation now, would we?
That is what I'm trying to do. And you'll never stop me complaining, okay? That's just not going to happen. So just get used to hearing it. Learn to ignore, because I'm never going to get over it. I'm stuck in hell, being chased by Lord Vampire, and we have his targets in our company, in a place that will never escape even in death. So I think I win. But we need to strategize. If we can go in there, not, you know, spells ablazing, we might be able to conserve resources. And we won't need to take more from these people who have already, they really don't have anything. I mean, this place is shithole.
So I'm gonna look down on you and go, Even though I loathe half of the words that come out of your mouth, I will not disagree with that. I'm just gonna like pat you on the head a bit, and you're like,
Do not pat the chosen ones on the head.
yeah. At least you're starting to
Now
act
he's the
like
chosen
one.
one.
At least you're starting to act a little more like one now.
No, I just noticed that it gets you to react.
I sent you a message, Judge.
Reeves is loving the bickering. It reminds him of home.
Look,
I-
I am still under the weather here. Chest is very tight. I do not feel well. I am not going to be a large help, but I can do a little bit. I can heal from distance.
Don't worry. If anything happens to you, we'll just feed you this. I'm not gonna explain it to you. Just read the thing in the chat.
I don't want to know what that is.
It will help. You couldn't
The
have
last
chosen a
time he
better
drank
group of people.
something.
Okay, Merrick will explain to you
It's
what's
not
in
going
the
to
vial.
teleport me all around the universe again,
No,
is it?
just-
Because
just-
that was terrifying. I'm lucky I was wearing brown pants.
Just read the chat. Merrick's gonna explain to you what's in the vial. Should put your mind at ease.
I say the Abbot has not come down here in quite some time. We know where he is. I say we go to Abbey, walk around a little bit, maybe look in a few windows if possible.
No, that
Better-
sounds like a
Why-
plan to get
whoa.
behind.
Let's before we rush up there. Dimitri said he had interest in the pool and the shrine. Maybe we should have a look and see if there's any clues as to his disposition.
What about his home as well?
Does he have a home? I think it's the Abbot.
I'd
Jeff-
assume
It's
Jeff-
the
live
Abbey.
up there, yeah.
It's the
Oh,
Abbey.
Okay,
I-
it sounded when you said he didn't visit his home. It's like he had a separate residence.
Yeah, I think he
Dimitri's
meant the
home.
town.
He's never visited Dimitri's home.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
But the Morning Lord, as Dimitri said, the Morning Lord is, if it's a shrine to the Morning Lord, we would expect it to be maybe a bright place, and it's a little curious that the Abbot would visit that. I'd like to see if he's done anything to the site or paid it respects of any kind.
We can go investigate.
If I know anything about the Morning Lord, and I'm not a very religious person, but all the ones that I've met, necromancy seems like the furthest from their tenets.
In Barovia, we've seen prayers. Well, people who worship the Morning Lord maybe also put their beliefs aside a little bit, but generally, yes.
Well, let's head to Shrine. Let's head to
Yeah.
the pool. Let's take a look.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the far side of Kresk to the pool.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
I'm
I-
going to, before we leave, I'm going to like act feeble, like my legs are about to give out.
Okay.
I have a question, Jeff.
Mhm.
Can you bring up the map of the city?
Yep.
And tell me where our horses are in relations to us and our carriage? Merrick is slightly concerned about the horses in the back of his mind.
All right, so let me know if you can see it here.
I can see the map, yes.
Okay, so where I'm pinging here, this is Dimitri's
Yeah.
home.
Okay, and where did we
Uh,
stable our horses again?
So I would say at this point your horses are probably just like up here.
Okay. Can I just have a peek at them while we're like
Yep.
forming? Are they good? Are they
Yep.
alive?
They look fine. Yep.
Perfect. Merrick is happy, and he just gonna keep following the group in the rear.
Okay.
If one of you doesn't mind, I am quite weak. I might need to hitch a ride, if possible.
Reeves
Lisbeth just like, oh, what's Reeves gonna do?
pull out his grapple hook and offer him a Offer him a hook.
Do you want to make like a little monkey backpack to put around him
Oh no.
with a tail?
I think he has an aversion to fur right now.
Very much so.
All right. Give me one moment here.
Just
To
don't
pull
want to
this up.
hold you back with my tiredness.
If he declines the grapple hook.
I know what the grapple hook does. Yeah, I've already been grapple hooked once.
Yes, you have.
If he declined that, then I can like I could throw him up on my shoulders.
I absolutely decline it, and I absolutely get up on your shoulders.
I literally just picture you like on like just the one shoulder, just kind of like holding on like Kenpachi and what's his face from
Oh, from Bleach.
from Bleach, yeah.
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 Okay. I'm gonna send you something, Matt, since you have the book.
You have a book, Matt?
He does.
Oh,
Lycanthropy book.
Oh yeah, the well no, I thought it was a monster book.
It is. I think I have a specific one about lycanthropy, don't I?
Lycanthropy. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you have.
It does say in the book that as part of the cleansing ritual, Van Richten's notes depict that you or somebody should commit this to memory because this recital is required as part of the ritual.
Yeah,
and he says, in the event that you were ever to lose this book, at least you would have this text.
Do we all remember the requirements for the ritual? Because they were kind of slightly demanding.
So
Lisbeth can write.
Reeves can recap them, but basically, and it says in notes, ideally not verified in this part. But ideally, the lichen must be locked in a stone structure of some kind that measures at least 10 feet in diameter. The mortar must be laced with flecks of silver and wolfsbane. Outside of that, ideally, and again, not verified, they must be fed a liquid concoction while they're in captivity, and they must be fed a grounded paste of different herbs and spices that you can easily find. Outside of that is the ritual, which the highlights are basically 3 spells that are required to be cast: protection from evil and good, lesser restoration, and remove curse. There's basically the person that is doing this ritual must focus on it, and then a third party must continue to chant the verses spoken in the text I sent you. And it says it has a decent success rate, but not verified completely. So
when you say mortar must be laced, like as in the building must be built with
no.
Oh, okay, just like around the outside.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, it's gonna take a while.
I was gonna say we have to construct
build
this
a
whole
house
box
real quick.
full of
No.
yeah.
No, it just has to be there,
There-
basically.
This
There is a
episode of Tiny
Kibbles-
House
yeah.
Nation.
Remember,
Kibbles
guys,
chapter
we
on
have
that.
the one vial of blood rage sedative, so.
All right. So, as you walk through the commune of Kresk, you look around and realize that nothing comes free here. Kind of, everything that's happening in town, you're reminded by it as you see all the hardworking folks in what seems to be such a short time already back at their stations, almost as if to forget what had only happened an hour or so previously. You continue to walk through the town, and you find yourself finally making your way to a pool on the far end of town. seeing a strange gazebo that locals call the Shrine of the White Sun. The gazebo, however, is in disrepair. It's on the edge of collapse, but it stands out. In the cold, crisp air, the sweat on your skin is quite biting. You know that as the snow continues to fall, so does the sun as it continues to fall in the west. It is ever obscured by Barovia's perpetually overcast skies. All is at peace, however, when you arrive at the pool. And yeah, what would you like to do?
I would like to keep a lookout because I know nothing of this stuff.
Okay.
I'd like to kind of inspect around the shrine or see if, what state it's in or if it's been defaced or tampered with or anything like that.
Yeah. Even kind of under these dim gray skies, the water is surprisingly blue. It almost sparkles and shimmers. You do notice near the north shore of the pool, you see a wooden statue. It appears to be a bare-chested man, but the paint has been chipped and faded over time. And this kind of statue stands in the gazebo. And it's kind of standing like this, almost as if waiting for some sort of embrace.
I will approach it, and
Okay.
just kind of look around.
You immediately recognize that it's a depiction of the Morning Lord. When you do look around, you could tell that probably a pretty strong wind could just knock this gazebo and statue over. It is pretty much in disrepair. Nothing that you could tell seems out of the ordinary, but if you want to make maybe an investigation check.
Well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to kind of tap into that same, pulling out my spear with my kind of star map in it. Or we like tap into that same energy that I would use to try to, I don't know, communicate with my Deva, and
Okay.
see if I sense any kind of presence or any sort of supernatural presence, or does it just seem like a dark place that's just like might as well be a hunk of rock, or does it kind of have a feeling about it?
Wants to
Okay.
do a vibe check, basically.
Yeah, do you want
vibe
to roll
check.
a religion check?
That's definitely not going to go well, but I will roll it anyway. Yeah. Well,
Oh,
could have
that
been
went
worse.
pretty well.
Good roll.
It's not bad.
Yeah, as you look around, you feel that this pool and this shrine that stands here, it definitely has a different presence than the rest of Kresk. And like I said, the water is this like almost Caribbean blue. It definitely doesn't feel like such a dark and down place like the rest of Kresk. You feel like there's definitely some sort of magic here.
I will just seeing the clear water and kind of being reminded of the sea a little bit, like a warmer sea too. I will kind of dip my hands into it and actually just like wash my face with it. I'm sure I'm like covered in like grime and blood and goop and bullshit. And
Okay.
maybe fill my water skin after that.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely manage to. You notice almost immediately as some of the dirt and grime combines with the pool itself that it almost immediately clears up.
Interesting. Yeah, Reeves is gonna look around for like the last traces of like human contact with this area. Like, has there anyone who's been doing anything around here taking advantage of some of the unique properties of this area, maybe maybe stashing anything around here.
Okay.
While he's doing that, or after he does that, I'd like to Arcana check the water, see if I can
Okay.
tell what's going on with that.
Yeah, I think as I see that, I was actually thinking I would kind of wave you over. You seem to be a little bit more in tune with that kind of stuff than I am.
What's Lisbeth and Merek up to?
Lisbeth does not put Cormac down. He's got to jump off on his own will.
As you do,
I'm
you
not
see him just kind
manhandling him.
of.
If
You
he
just
wants
see
down,
him
he can
kind
down
of
on
like.
his own.
You just see him kind of roll backwards and like do a little backflip as he lands on his feet, like he wasn't weak at all.
Good
Very
skill.
well very well executed.
All right.
Reeves knew it.
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm still using my eyes just to be a normal dude and keep watch.
Keep watching. Nice.
Putting your normal hands on.
Normal guy.
Normal hands.
Normal
yeah.
hands.
As you look around, Reeves, you
Rolled a 29, by the way. Or rolled a... Got
yep,
a 29.
Yep, I did notice that. You and I would put this part to your intelligence as well. You can clearly tell that the statue of the Morning Lord is positioned so that his arms are outstretched towards the east. You know that the sun rises in the east, and you obviously think its positioning is related to the dawn. You're looking around for any signs of recent activity. You unfortunately find none. You definitely would find maybe some footprints, like not recent, but there's definitely been footprints and traction here to the statue where you're like standing under the gazebo. But you don't see any signs of foul play. You don't find anything that looks out of the ordinary.
So I feel like something might happen if we were here when the sun like crested the hill and first hit the statue. I feel like if whatever power this place has would be amplified at that moment. Maybe if there is something important we need to do in this town, then and here might be the time and place to do it.
Cormac, as you maybe look at some of the water, do you do anything specific with it?
Well, after seeing that interaction from Sid washing his hands, you obviously can touch it without it affecting him. So I'm going to try to run my hands through it and just kind of observe its properties. See if there's any sort of like viscosity to it, things like that, like anything reactionary that happens.
Okay. In fact, it does. When you run your hand through it, it almost starts to burn.
Roll a d6 for how many fingers you lose.
Burning as if you've just like ran your hand through like a full like brush of poison ivy.
Like itchy?
Itchy, painful.
But it didn't happen to Sid.
No.
I think this water is racist.
Would Merek notice that while he's standing watch?
I imagine so, yeah.
Okay, because if that's the case, Merek's gonna walk over while still keeping an eye around, and I have 5 glass vials left. Can I fill up 4 of them with water?
Yeah. So just call it like a Kresk.
What happens
pool
when he
water.
puts his hand in the water?
Yeah,
you ask him that?
Yeah.
Elizabeth is gonna go put his
hand in
watching
water.
as he does this. I'm watching.
Everyone's just
Like still holding my hand.
Yeah, it feels like water. It feels really like it feels like refreshing water. Like nothing.
So I was gonna
This
say
water is
immediately.
racist.
I would say, yeah, when you say this water's racist, I'm gonna say I think you're cursed.
When I
That's
hear
fair.
when I hear you say cursed, Reeves is going to test the water on himself as well.
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just run my fingers through the water to see.
Yeah. When you do, you feel no effects. It just feels like nice water.
Okay. Let's just all right. To go back to racist water thing, we have human, halfling run hands through water. Only halfling gets burned.
Only like lycanthrope halfling gets burned. Maybe it's
We
a
need to
different curse.
So it's
Are we all
it's
humans?
judgmental first.
Yeah.
Against
Yeah,
curses.
yeah.
Certain
I
curses.
am.
Chance is the
Well,
only one that's
kind of.
not.
We're the most
I'm
boring
not.
D&D group.
I'm technically
Uh,
not. I'm not human.
Yeah.
That's
Neither is Chance technically.
Yeah, but she didn't run her hand through the water. I was just talking about the person running through. Well, I can't really. I've only met you, Sid, so I have no idea what you
Yeah.
actually are. You're half elf, right?
Irina, like as she kind of
Base
sees
Merc.
all of you bickering, she too will walk up and kind of like run her hand through. And same with Chance. Neither have any.
Well, this sucks.
With my still like wet hand, I pat him on the back and just say, "Ah, you'll
Yeah,
be
once-
all right."
Your back starts to really itch, and it's in the one spot that you can't like reach on your own. You know.
I am
I'm
going to
gonna-
kill you
Quit.
in your sleep.
I'm gonna fill my water skin with the water.
Okay.
I'm gonna actually. Elizabeth wants some too.
I'm,
I have
yeah, I'm
ability
gonna
to do
fill
that.
mine as
We
well.
don't
Okay.
typically fill our water skins frequently enough, so I
Yeah.
think we
I'm gonna
probably
go up
ought-
against a tree and just kind of like bear scratch on the
Bear
back
scratch?
of it where he touched me on the back. Does that burn too?
It definitely the tree. No, well, probably from the scratching, but other than that, no.
I'm gonna.
It-
Okay. So seeing the reaction it does to Cormac, I want to dip my axe in the water.
Yeah. When you do so, nothing out of the ordinary. It kind of just washes your blade clean, but you notice almost immediately all of like the blood and other stuff on the head of your axe just like dissipates and disappears into the water.
At least it's clean.
Yeah, as cool as this is, I feel bad just putting all this nasty into this beautiful pool.
It's
But it looks like it's taking it away. Like this is the
It's-
thing. Is now, do I feel like if I had kept my hand in there, would it have done actual damage to me?
No, but you feel like it's just like
Like trying to rid the impurity to a degree?
you just don't think it's powerful.
Did we? Does
Well,
did anybody know what this is?
No. As
My-
what you can tell is it is magical to some degree, but what sort of magic properties it has, you're not entirely sure.
Well,
Can
just
I ask
based
Irina
off of
if
what
she
we
knows?
know.
Sorry, say it again. You're asking Irina?
Elizabeth is gonna ask Irina if she knows or have heard anybody talk about this pool.
She'll tell you that since she's been here, she's visited this pool many times while you were all away. And locals, like I said, refer to this area as the Shrine of the White Sun, but they have no idea why it's named so. And
Have you ever been here at sunrise?
she says yes, but nothing that I could tell was any different. Although sunrise is rare around here.
Well, if we just use what we know. When Sid washed away the filth from his hands and his clothes, it washed away the filth from your blade. There are those of you, practically all of you, we'll put aside the whole racist water thing for a moment, that were able to touch it and not incur the burn. I have just the inkling, and I do not know, that this may be some sort of hallowed ground here. It's wiping and clearing away impurities. And since I seem to be full of it at the moment, as I'm currently turning into monster,
That may be why it is hurting me. It is trying to rid the impurity that is not able to do so. I have feeling that this beacon of light, what you spoke of earlier, may have something to do with this pool in the
Is
reflection in the sunlight.
is the abbey an abbey to the Morning Lord? Do we know that?
Do you want to maybe roll a history check?
Sure.
Would Irina know that?
She'll tell you that the abbey is called the Abbey of Saint Markovia, but unfortunately she has no recollection of who Markovia was. Sid, unfortunately, you don't remember any details either.
Well, there's one way to find out, and maybe if there's something to be done at the abbey, this pool will be maybe more powerful at sunrise. So as a last resort, we throw you in the water and we see what happens.
Sounds good. Let's go.
I concur.
You do think that because of the fact that it is facing towards the dawn, that you think perhaps in the morning when the sun is at its strongest, that maybe something different would. But
Well, we do have another option instead of rushing up to the abbey to potentially die. We could wait till morning. That's a long time to wait with lots of things that could go wrong.
I've got work I could do.
And we could see how it affects you in the morning. What's your preference, Cormac?
To be honest, I do not feel like taking polar plunge, but
the water's like lukewarm.
but it's still cold outside. I have to get out.
It's cold outside.
Eventually.
Uh,
So, I say, while we have time, make our way to Abbey and just get a look. Find any openings, entrances, any way of possibly getting in, maybe understanding the landscape a bit.
We
Do we
don't have
really
to go
have
in
that-
with.
Do we
Yeah.
really have that luxury with your condition?
He's kind of a ticking time bomb.
Exactly.
Do we have until morning? I mean, do you want to wake up to 30 monsters sleeping next to you in tiny wooden hut?
I think we're in an agreement.
based on your last assumption, you think he has probably a handful of days.
So why don't we just take the time now to get a better understanding of where we're going tomorrow? Hmm?
Speaking of that, where does the water for this pool come from?
That is a
Is it-
fantastic question.
Is it coming
Oh.
from down the
It-
mountain?
Geography check?
Nope. There's no waterfall that you can see at all.
Maybe an underwater
There's no
spring.
there's no stream that runs to it.
I mean, is it fairly clear water? Does it look like there's a cavern
It's
anywhere
it's not
in
like
the water?
it's not clear like the point that you could see like super far down. It's kind of like it's a turquoise-ish blue, but you're not sure unless you want to go into the water.
I haven't been swimming in a while.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
The
If it's lukewarm, I wouldn't be opposed to having a look.
Okay.
now that I've like pretty much done filling all my vials and stuff, as a last thing I want to do before I go back to watching around the area for danger, I would like to cleanse my huntress idol in the pool to make sure it's nice and shiny.
Okay.
and then just go back to watching.
What do you guys think? Do you want to have a look here? Or do you?
So something will happen when you put your idol into the water.
Oh.
Version
you
4
know,
on the way.
you notice that very quickly the bones start to decay.
I pull it out like immediately as I see that happening. What do I have left clutching my like dissipating
you
idol?
probably would have noticed it pretty quick. Your perception's pretty high. Like you would have noticed pretty quickly, but yeah, you can tell immediately that the huntress and whatever magic this pool is do not get along.
Ooh. Merek is going to empty out all of the vials of water.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, wait. I'm taking a look at my own notes about my own character. No, actually, I will keep them reluctantly because
Okay.
I did see them burn a werewolf as well, and like
I'm not a werewolf yet.
Okay, I'm telling you that. The ends will justify the means, so I will carry this what I would consider unholy water
Okay.
to me in hopes that it will kill some of the minions. But yeah,
Okay.
I'll immediately like take my clothes and like wipe off the bones dry as soon as I notice. So, do I still have an idol? Do I have 2/3 of an
Yep.
idol?
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, you can still have the idol,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
yeah,
So
just flavor wise.
Yeah, that's fine. I will like wipe it clean of the dirty, unholy water in this pool, and then just now I'm in a sour mood, and I'm gonna go back to watching for danger.
You
Okay.
weren't already?
I was about to say, is he not in sour mood?
As a side note, can Cormac swim?
Of course I can swim. That's racist.
This
So
can sure.
I can investigate this later if we'd like to go up, but we definitely can't all. If there is a passage, we can't all swim there because it seems like this would be maybe bad for our friend Cormac here at the moment.
Well, if you want to get in and investigate, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I mean, it'd be better to have. I mean, it's really up to the rest of the group. I think we should maybe get the lay of the land of the Abbey, if that's
Sure.
going to be our main goal, and hit the pull up in the morning. But if you want
Sure.
to swim and investigate it more before throwing me into it in the morning,
I'd like to do that. I don't want to burn my wild shapes now. I only have so much power. I think I might need that if we're going up the Abbey. So I'll wait to do that until.
We'll deal with the threat and then we'll go for a swim.
it'll be a pool episode, filler episode.
Yeah.
There's always a beach
Pool party?
episode.
A beach episode.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
always a beach episode. Bring a watermelon and a shotgun.
All right. I'll investigate it later.
Okay.
Probably a secret entrance into the Abbey down there, but you know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No.
So you're all heading up the road, or
Wait. Did you say that in character? Did you say that in character, or did you not say that in character? Because that
I did. No, I definitely said that. That's what I was thinking. That's what Sid was thinking. Is maybe like, where does the water come from? That's where I started. Where's the pathway?
Then, well, Merek, as your nature guy, would investigate for you. Then,
But if the water was connected to the Abbey, why would the Abbot come all the way down to visit the pool? Because
to not
theoretically, we
get-
could just do that through the
Well,
Abbey,
yeah,
unless he didn't
maybe-
know about the entrance through the Abbey.
or he doesn't want to give it away.
Or he's using the material from this in his as a component in resurrecting people that then turn into vampire zombies.
Maybe he just wanted to go for a walk. We don't know.
Jeff,
Yeah.
do you want me to roll a nature check or an investigation check to see if any of these these rocks on the side of the cliff are like
Investigation.
Clearly, okay. Clearly anime different color breaking walls.
We need to apply a bomb to it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, I suck. I was
Yeah, as
hoping
far as
to
you could
make it-
tell,
no.
nothing. But you do know Reeves like did a pretty thorough check in this
Mm.
area. He didn't see anything either that seemed out of the
Doesn't
ordinary
matter.
with the glyph.
Sid made a request.
All right. Well, let's head to Abbey while we still have a little bit of light.
If there
I'm gonna
is a
find
secret
out, like-
entrance, we might be able to come out through the abbey this way.
Yeah, let's keep that in mind. We're gonna find out in
Probably
3
will.
episodes. There's a fucking pathway in there right into where we need to go.
Comes out in the treasure room.
Yeah,
It-
Yeah.
If you want, you can go into the pool. That's up to you.
I'd go in without burning. If it's not like a deep pool, seemingly, I'd go in without burning like wild shape. I'll use a wild shape if I need it.
Okay. Yeah.
You have a low capacity.
So you can tell the pool is probably about like 30 feet across. Maybe like it's like a 20 by 30 feet across ish. No, bigger than that. 30 by 40. And as you kind of take your first steps in, you notice it descends very quickly. You can tell the pool is probably pretty deep. As you maybe like, what is that called?
Buoyancy.
No, keeping
Tread water?
yourself on the tread water.
Tread
That's what it's
water?
called. Yeah, as you kind of tread water to keep yourself on the surface, you maybe take small free dives down. I'm assuming
Yeah.
this, water and the sea quite well. And as you look around, you notice that indeed there is what appears to be a crack in the mountain. You think definitely the water is fed from there.
Fuck yeah.
However, you do not think it is any sort of passage, as from what you could tell, it's probably pretty difficult to fit.
Okay.
But you can definitely tell that this water is definitely coming from somewhere deep within the mountain. You do know as you kind of look up towards the abbey, it's quite high on the mountain. You think it's unlikely that anything would connect to it. Like it's about 700 feet up.
And does it feel like near that crack? Does it feel equally as restorative? I guess. Does it feel like that's a property of the pool?
You think it's
itself?
property of the pool itself?
Okay, so it's just like a natural spring, and something about the pool itself is giving it that. Okay, I will come back out and I'll.
You're very, very clean now.
You are very clean.
Yeah, this is the cleanest I've probably been in. I do like a hair flip as I come out of the water. Just.
Doesn't Sid have a beard?
He has a beard and like long hair. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he does a whole Jesus hair flip coming out of the water.
I wonder what it would do to Mercer's stink getting in this pool.
But yeah, so I'll report out on that and say I think the pool itself is where the properties are coming from.
You would know, since you did dive down, the water tastes slightly sweet.
Interesting. I'm gonna give you a cloth and come up real close and be like, "Do you see any treasure down there? Anything interesting in the pool?"
You
Any
did not.
pennies?
I did not, but I don't look for those things as well as you do, my friend. So
maybe one day.
There's always a chance. All right, I'll drive myself off, and maybe we'll come back here at dawn.
Like dog shake.
Yeah, dog shake.
Okay.
All right, let's
So
head
you're
to
all
the
heading
Abbey.
up to the abbey. All right.
We're doing this cautiously.
Yeah, it's all good.
Are we? Why can't we just go up with a friendly like, "Hey neighbor"?
Yeah, we are, but not like.
Well, sneaking around
gung-ho.
looking through windows isn't
We're not
neighborly.
sneaking.
We could just go knock on the door and say, "Hey, what's up?"
We're
Can I borrow
carefully
some sugar?
walking,
Like,
We are
we're
carefully approaching.
Yeah.
Do we
Like
want?
one's-
that
Reeves,
Like
to
that
No
be
one's gonna
neighbor
sneaky.
fear
that you
him.
don't know
Yeah.
very well, but you have to tell them something, so you're just kind of
Yeah.
like,
I mean, knowing
Nope.
not that Reeves is particularly interested in. I don't think this guy's bad, but based on kind of my instincts from earlier. But maybe knowing there's only one person here and you guys distracting him, do we want Reeves to be sneaking?
we
How
only
do we know there's only
know
one
of one
person?
person there.
The boy
That's
was
all we
a
know of.
the boy was a construct. Who knows what's up here?
It could be like
True.
5 guys who all look the same,
We've been hearing
quintuplets.
some pretty weird stuff in the night coming from here.
Yeah.
So
So sure, sneaking is fine for if you'd like to. Yeah.
Well, I don't want
But-
to. I like if I get caught, I don't want to trigger any alarms that we don't all agree are worth triggering. I want to make sure we're all on the
Let's
same
just-
page on the approach we want to do. If we just want to be neighborly and say, "Hey, how's it going? We noticed some shit going down," we can do that. But if we want to go in with ulterior motives, then
Why
do
don't
that
we
too.
just approach very cautiously, very slowly, paying attention? And
Yeah.
if we find that there's no one in sight, no one answering our calls, then maybe your skills might be needed at that point. Yeah, but at least we give the benefit of the doubt that we might have some sort of friendly reception when we get there.
we could go up
100%.
to the door together, and if something starts looking shady, then you can kind of sneak away and.
No, I think I prefer the neighborly approach on this.
Okay.
I mean, have you guys tried a neighborly approach in the past, or?
I'm going to guess no.
Sid just looks at you like.
As a Barovian native, you should know
We-
a little better than that.
Mm.
We did. We went into one house the first day we were here, and yeah,
And we
one of us
lost our second Gendry.
did not
Did
come
you
out.
knock before you went in?
Well,
We were invited in.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. As you start climbing the road up towards the abbey, it's a road that hugs the cliffs. It's about 10 feet wide and covered with this loose gravel and chunks of broken rock that have fallen from above. The ascent is quite slow and somewhat treacherous, and as you continue to climb, the air grows colder and colder to the point where you can start to feel it in your bones. As you climb for what feels like hours, you finally make your way to what appears to be some sort of wider ledge. And as you continue to climb, you notice that you find yourselves above the mists. There's a light dusting of snow that covers a lot of the trees and rocky earth at this level. And you notice that the gravel road leads to what appear to be 2 small stone outbuildings, to either side of which is a 15-foot high wall of jumbled stone. You know that as you approach these 2 small stone buildings, in between them are iron gates. Yeah, that's what you see.
You don't
You're
see any
muted,
signs of life,
Sid.
any like lights on, candles.
So we're actually above the mists,
You are
Like-
above the mists.
seemingly outside of Barovia, above the mists.
You are above the mists, that is for sure. If you're looking around, you can see in the far distance the gates of Barovia to your west.
Wait, so that means we're in the regular sunlight then?
It is not cloudy here, correct? Like it's
Okay,
not. It's
so-
not
so-
like dark
so
and
s-
dismal.
So sun.
Not like blinding sun. It's still overcast in like, but it's brighter.
Okay, so Merek is just gonna fall to his knees, because he's never been through the mist, And even though, to me, this is a lot of sun. Okay, I'm like pale as a ghost. I have never seen a sight like this. I will immediately take out my idol and like just start like not praying but like expressing gratitude. Um, and I'll who would be closest to me?
If
That's
you're in the
not
back, it probably would be me because I'm one of the slowest.
okay. No, I would have been in the front going up like I usually am.
Okay.
So, which actually, Matt, Sid, which one of you
Yeah,
two would be?
probably one of us. Yeah, probably.
Either way, I'll just look at you two because you've been outside and you're closest to me. Like, is this what sunlight feels like? While I'm like clutching on to like the idol of the huntress.
I mean, it's not exactly picnic weather, but yeah, that's the sun, man.
You mean it gets brighter?
This is maybe not here, but yeah, out there. This is a kind of gloomy day.
Like you see an expression on my face that you've never seen of like imagine like the first time you explain to a kid what Santa Claus and Christmas is. This is basically like kind of the look I have on my face. And I'm like, this is this this is this is wonderful. This is what we will get once we kill Strahd. And they're just like hugging the idol at this point.
Once this is all over, we're gonna have a picnic in the sun.
When you do look, Sid, to the southwest, far beyond the gates, and it's more to the south than to the west. But looking from how high up you are, you do see what appears to be a town outside of the mists, a town where you believe the town that you believe you saw from Yesterhill.
And is this to the south where there was another kind of mountain to the south where we think the hags went?
Yeah, those mountains are directly to your south. They appear to be taller than where you currently stand.
Interesting. But none of it looks like the Oakhurst landscape or any of
No.
that, does it? Yeah.
No. And you think that although there is a lack of mist here, you still feel as though you still feel kind of that heavy weight on
Yeah.
your shoulders.
I don't feel like a connection opening up to like my Deva or anything like that. Don't get. I kind of say to the group, I'll see the hill and kind of take all this in and say, don't get too excited. It's a taste, but it's not the real thing.
No, but it's something to work towards.
Let's hope.
Dude, I just felt the sun for the first time in my entire life.
Reeves takes opportunities like this to look out at like just checking for Kazan or whatever.
Mhm.
Like we,
Yeah.
I'm haunted by just the vision of him out in the distance wreaking havoc. Do I ever see any evidence of just like this giant evil being out in the Barovia?
You do not. Yeah.
That's
As
good.
you're looking around, like you don't see anything out of the ordinary, I would say. Like as far as you can see. You do see, if you were to look to the east, you would see the stream that leads to Lake Baratok, where the tower once stood.
I don't like how
Cormac finally
confident
gets
he
to the
was on
top
that
of the hill.
answer of you do not see anything.
It doesn't make Reeves feel better because it just means I don't know the chaos he's causing.
What is everybody
How do I
looking
get
at?
back on?
You don't want to know.
Just
That's-
my tiny legs finally get me to top here, and everybody's just staring off in the distance. I
I
feel
mean-
like I'm in a cult.
After spending a few days down there, doesn't this feel like a change of pace?
Well, it's much harder to breathe if that's what you mean.
Lisbeth is just kind of looking out like over everything, and he's standing kind of with his hands on his hip, like a proud like the dad that just mowed his lawn, and he's kind of like proud of his work. He's giving that kind of like nod, looking over his home and his land, like yeah, pretty nice up here.
All right. Well, did we see Abbott?
You do not. You see 2 small buildings and a gate.
Gate open,
No
closed.
lights on, no candles.
Nope.
Are we behind the gate?
Yeah, you're outside the gate.
Is it open?
Is it look locked? Yeah.
It does not appear locked, but it is closed.
I'm gonna open it up and just walk on in.
You gotta knock first.
It's a
It's the
gate.
Yeah.
hospitality.
Knock at the door. Open the gate.
Merek's gonna eventually get over his little manic episode and turn to anger, thinking of how Strahd has deprived Barovia of such a wonder, even though it's overcast sun. And I'm not gonna like express it, but I'm gonna get up and like, now we're focusing on the Abbey.
Okay. So you're knocking at the gate, the iron gate?
No, I'm walking through the gate.
Okay.
I'm scolding him as he walks through the gate.
Well, sorry, was the gate open or not?
Closed. But
It's
not locked.
closed. I opened the gate.
Yeah.
I'll walk through to one of the buildings that I guess that looks maybe like the main.
Yep. Yeah. Something's
Building.
going to happen as you walk through.
Awesome,
But
of course.
as you do walk through, unfortunately, on these rusted hinges, the gate squeals, and it's not the tiny squeal that you think can be fixed by a little bit of grease. It is painfully loud and terribly awkward as you push it open.
I need to get some
After-
WD-40 on that.
Can I...
After a brief moment, you start to hear movement in the stone buildings that stand next to the gate. And you hear 2 voices ring out. One is more gruff, the other softer. Guests? No guest visit us. Yesterday, yes, today. No. They've come for mass. No, maybe they've come for Cloven. No one comes for Cloven. No. Hey, you. Have you come for Cloven?
Yes.
Oh, yes. We'd be happy if he left. Yes, very happy. Yeah, you can have him. Just promise us you'll make him miserable as he makes us, if not more.
Is Cloven was the name of the Abbot? Do we know that?
Mhm.
The Abbot has
Abbot
no
is
name
the Abbot.
as
It's
far as
Abbott's an Abbot? Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm. You see now
don't
that
know.
as you kind of stand there taking this bickering in between the two, 2 figures kind of come walking out. Although they have these hooded cloaks that almost seem to hide some of their features, most of you, the perceptive amongst you, can tell that whatever thing this is used to be human, but you can tell now that the one on the right has a face that almost appears half between a donkey, half between a horse. The other standing next to him appears scaled and has furs of all different kinds coming off of it.
What are these monstrosities? As I clutch my bow.
All of
Sorry.
you that attended the dinner at Strahd's castle recognize their features as almost very similar to the servant that
Mhm.
tended to you all throughout the night. Cyrus Bellevue, if you remember.
And I mean, knowing that the boy, well, you told us the boy was some sort of construct. Do these seem like some other sort? I mean, I would surmise they seem like some other sort of experiment.
Yeah. Do you want to roll maybe a history check?
Sure.
Yeah, can I roll something to figure out what these things are as well?
Yeah, if you
As
want to,
a-
do you want to roll a nature check? That's nat 20.
Oh, well, I guess we're gonna find out
Ooh.
regardless.
You remember, Sid, hearing rumors, myths, that there are those that would do experiments on certain different creatures, trying to get traits from other creatures and mixing them to try to basically have, rats that fly, or birds that could, run at very high speeds. Different combinations of animals.
I think I don't know that I would react negatively to them kind of thinking of this. It's not necessarily their fault that they've been part of an experiment, but I think I would kind of quietly to the group say I have a feeling this Abbot is not a savior that we're looking for.
But these
They
don't,
certainly don't.
they don't seem
They certainly.
evil.
I just still kind of quietly. I don't know if their condition makes them evil, but the Abbot clearly doesn't respect nature.
Very unnatural.
That is to say the least of it.
Yeah, but I think that'd be a quick conversation, just quietly.
Where is your what's his name? Cloven?
Cloven. Yes, we are here to take Cloven, but we also need to speak with the Abbot first.
Oh, Abbot, yes. Come with me, and I'll throw you all on the map.
Would it be possible for him to maybe come to us? We are quite short on time, and we would like to take care of business as quickly as possible.
Oh yes. It's but this way. It's not far. Only. And he kind of points to a gate in the distance. So this is the gate that you've all come through.
What gate is he pointing at?
He is pointing here.
Okay.
Can I ask their names?
Oh
Do they
yes,
have names?
yes. How so rude of us not to tell you. I'm Otto, and he's Siegfried, and well, we're both Bellevues.
Bellevues?
Like the hospital?
No. That's name 2 that was given to us.
Like
Family name.
as in Cyrus?
Like Cyrus?
Bellevue?
Oh, you know Cyrus, yes, brother of ours, yes.
Yeah, as they say that, Merek's just I'm not like taking aim or anything, but I am like holding my bow in a fashion that if I have to use it quickly,
Readying an attack.
Cyrus was not he actually gave us information. He didn't
Very
attack us
weak.
or anything like that.
Yeah,
he didn't
very
really
timid.
he was
pretty
not
neutral.
threatening to us. Yeah.
yeah, but he was still in the employ of Strahd.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
but
yeah.
slaves
Yeah.
are the employee of people as well,
Mhm.
so like-
Yeah, well, I'm just playing my PC the way he sees employees of Strahd.
Yeah.
You see now as the wind kind of blows back the hoods of both Otto and Siegfried, that Otto he looks surprisingly similar to Mercer in a way, although beardless, a beardless dwarf, but that's all the resemblance that you can tell. he has these patches of this very rough textured flesh that covers his face and body, a human ear, as well as a wolf's ear. He's got this very like these protruding fangs. Both his arms are human, but his legs are clearly that of some sort of like feline creature.
Is the human part of this what was his name again? Siegfried?
Mm-hmm.
Are they the same proportions as Mercer?
They stand about 4 feet tall.
Yeah,
They're
but would
quite
that
short.
be okay, in total, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Merek does not have a good feeling about this.
As I said, we will come to gate, but we would prefer the Abbots to come and talk to us out here. As I
Oh.
said, we are very busy. We've got to get on our way. No disrespect. We'd be happy to come back some other time and sit down, have some biscuits and tea. But for now, we are quite hurried in our schedule.
Oh, but the abbot, he'll definitely see you. It'll be easier if you wait there. Is that can we do that? Is that okay?
We'd prefer to meet outside.
Outside.
Yes.
But it is outside. It is outside. The courtyard. It's just that way.
I don't know what to do here.
Dealing
We
with
can
the
go
abbot
into
is
the
our
courtyard.
priority.
You do see
Okay.
immediately to your right as well a large graveyard of sorts. There's these like very almost like stunted pine trees that seem to grow out of the earth. You notice that there's a handful of windows as well that you can see where there's like cracked panes of glass. Outside of that, you do see, yeah, like I said, many gravestones that you assume some to be quite ancient.
This is
in-
where we die, or on death, or no death, or something. But all right, please lead the way. We will follow you.
Okay,
Sure.
okay. And yeah, they lead you here to the gate.
As we walk, I'd like to just from a distance look at the does it look like the dirt from here on those, like some look quite ancient, but does it look like it's been disturbed, like shovels laying around or any holes?
There are most definitely shovels and holes.
Yeah. All right.
But if you want, you can investigate further into the graveyard.
No, I'm gonna stick with the party. I just wanted to kind of
Okay.
look over there in passing to get a.
Cool. I've just
sense.
shared an image with you.
What a
As
nice
you approach the entrance, you see a 15-foot high curtain wall that joins the abbey's 2 wings. You notice that there is a very tarnished copper plaque that is mounted to the right of the doors that reads, "May her light cure all illness." You do notice that above there appear to be, above the battlements, there appears to be 2 guards that stand at attention, but their features are obscured.
Do these look like statues or actual like living guards?
Do you want to roll a perception check?
I most certainly can do that for you. Wait, where's percept? Utility? No.
It's in skills.
Skills, yeah, it's
Yep.
skills. I don't know why I looked in utility. Oh, ouch.
As you look, it's very hard to tell. There's hoods that are covering most of their features.
Do I
Does
do
there?
do
Go
I
ahead.
see like them move at all at least?
They
or-
appear to be standing
Okay.
still.
Okay, thank you.
Does their general vibe seem similar to like suits of armor or guards we might have seen in Strahd's castle?
No, not that you can tell. Okay. So I'll move you to where you guys kind of currently are, and then... What would you like to do? They kind of like start walking towards the two heavy doors and say, "Well, come this way."
We said neighborly. This is neighborly. And I'm gonna fall back close to Merek, and I'm just keeping an eye out for anything that makes me feel like we're being either surrounded. So if one of the two of them tries to go behind us, or if anyone kind of comes out that we haven't seen yet who is behind us, I want to keep my eyes open for that, and just, yeah, any signs of ambush or something that we're putting ourselves into a bad strategic vantage point.
Okay.
All right, big man, you first.
Okay.
Lisbeth is going to stick close to Cormac.
All right.
Yeah. We'll go forward.
All right.
Go forward.
As you walk forward into the courtyard, you see that there is a thick and swirling fog that fills the entire courtyard, almost as if the fog itself is eager to escape. The courtyard is surrounded by the 15-foot high curtain wall. Again, there are many guards that stand with their backs to you, or so it seems at first. And I'll let everyone get into whatever position they want to be before I continue.
Matt, did you feel lonely? Is that what that was?
No, I said I'd fall back close to you. Because you stay at the very back.
There's close, and then there's right next to me.
Did No, you said you go to the front, didn't you?
Just gonna put Chance in
so
front.
so when we're going into like unknown territory out in the wilderness and stuff, I'm in the front. But when we're like dealing with people, you people are the talking people. I'm the stand at the back person.
I feel like we prefer to keep Merek in the back when we're dealing with people.
So they kind of ask you to wait, kind of
in a circle, in a specific spot.
Not in a specific spot. They just kind of like gesture to this generic area.
Okay, like step into our net.
No.
Is one of us gonna stay? Or is one of them gonna stay with us, or are they both gonna go?
No, they actually like as they kind of gesture to this area, one of them leaves. The other actually heads back towards the gatehouse at the front.
Why is he going back to the gatehouse? If he told us to wait here.
So one of them goes inside. One of them goes into this door here.
One of them's getting the Abbot, the other one's going back to his post, I would assume.
I'd like to look around for movement in... Are there any like windows or anything along the corridor?
Yeah, lots of interesting things here. As you make your way inside, and as you see the several guards that have their backs to you, it's now clear to you, Merek, what they are. Merely scarecrows standing on the battlements. All the guards, other than the two that you've seen, all a charade. There's wooden doors to the north and east that lead to the Abbey's two wings. In the center of the courtyard, where you stand now, is a stone well that's fitted with an iron winch to which a rope and bucket are attached. Along the perimeter, tucked under the overhanging wall, are several stone sheds with padlocked wooden doors, and there are also 3 shallow alcoves that seem to have wooden troughs. This is when there's probably the most surprising thing. Next to you, Reeves, you see there are 2 wooden posts that are pounded into the rocky earth that have iron rings bolted to them. Chained to one of these 2 posts is a short humanoid, a humanoid with bat-like wings and spider mandibles that seem to drip this green ichor.
Can you ping where the posts are, Jeff?
Here.
Okay. And wait, which ping was yours?
Yeah.
That one.
This one here.
Okay, there we go. And and this is the gatehouse where the other dude went.
No, he like went. Oh, he went where
He
you
went
came
all
from.
the way back.
Oh, okay, like
That's the
all
gate
the
we
way
came
back
in.
to the.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Which one went inside and which one went back? Was it Otto or was it?
Yeah. So Otto went into the house. Zigfrek went back post.
And Otto was he the wolf one or the
Exactly.
donkey one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But I thought Siegfried was.
Siegfried is the
mer-
lizard-ish one.
Is
Oh,
the
he
lizard?
does-
Okay, so
he
I'm
does have
thinking
wolf.
wolf like wolf ears. Yeah.
Otto. Okay.
Was
so
the
Siegfried
donkey?
Siegfried is the Mercer looking one.
Yes. And then Otto was the one that was a half donkey, half horse.
Okay. Got it.
Does anybody else feel like these people have been alone up here for quite too long?
Merrick's gonna
You know-
point up to the guards and like, those are only men of straws. Get it?
How dare you?
As you point to the sky, the creature that's chained to the posts starts to flap its leathery wings and takes to the air. But that's when the chains that binds it go taut as it gets pulled back to the ground. Whatever this creature is continues to flutter as it starts screaming nonsense to you.
Like words?
Roll a perception check.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued, intrigued
Nat 20.
and like,
Oh.
Nat 20?
Heck yeah.
Let's just because it's ridiculous.
All right.
Give us
love it.
all the
28.
info.
Love it.
I'll let you act first there, Matt.
Yeah. As you hear, or as this creature continues to scream, you start to hear things like, "This was not how it was meant to go. This is not what was promised. Like, obviously, free me, let me out."
I'm gonna start like just behaving in a calming fashion and approaching the being, whatever they are, and kind of beckon them down and try to calm them as best I can.
Okay. Do you want to roll an animal handling check?
Can I aid with the advice of try offering it some food?
Sure.
Yeah, can I offer it some food as well? Because I did not.
Yeah,
roll
absolutely.
very good animal handling.
Maybe this is a good time for a quick break, if everyone's okay with that.
Cormac is
sure.
just watching
gonna-
this in just disbelief. Like,
When
Where the hell-
when Reeves starts to approach it, Elizabeth is actually going to take a step forward and like ready in action
Okay.
to attack, just as like a hand on his axe, kind of like.
you realize these are the actions of crazy people.
I'm gonna offer my. I'm approaching it and offering some rations. So 10 plus ration modifier.
Okay, perfect. perfect.
Wait, do I also have to roll animal handling for the aid?
No,
Yeah,
no.
it's just
Actually, just roll it
advantage.
with advantage.
Yeah,
you wanna
that's what it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
No
mixing
battle.
up Pathfinder.
no.
I'm mixing up Pathfinder rules with
All good.
D&D rules.
We do not feed the animals.
All right, let's take a
Matt-
quick 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute, whatever you guys need break. and
Matt,
then
you can
we'll,
re-roll animal handling. Remember?
I did, and I got worse.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well.
All right.
I did, and we're not going to talk about it.
All right. Stream's going on break now. Monetized.
Banana hammock.
Don't worry, Matt. I won't do that to you.
You said say it now.
He unmuted it long before that.
Yeah,
Probably.
I wish.
That's why I just stuck with that and not something worse. I was like,
All right. As you approach this bat-like woman,
oh, it's a woman?
it is. You can tell immediately that even with the slowness at which you approach, she does not like it that you're getting closer, and she's like trying to fly away, like the opposite direction, to try to get away from you. Now, as the minutes kind of continue to wash by, as some of you look at the guards, others trying to appease this strange creature here in the courtyard, the cold wind starts to just almost like it's just starting to bite through your bones. The clothes that you have with you are definitely not made for this sort of weather. And as a handful of minutes continues to crawl by, the door to the north wing opens in complete silence, and out steps the same thing that you saw before.
Roy.
Otto slowly approaches you and says, Master says tomorrow dinner. Will you come?
Can we wait that long?
Is it possible? I mean, not to be rude. It's not like me to turn down an invitation for free food, but as I said, we are in a hurry. Is it possible to speak with him now?
Oh, Master quite busy now.
Busy doing what?
That I don't know. Master looked quite busy.
What was he doing? Take your best guess.
Master was working on a new prize. Prize, yes, a new prize.
A new prize. And what are his prizes? What does he work on?
Oh, I'm one of his prizes, and so is Zagfrag over there, and that one too. But don't get close to that one. That one, there's something wrong with that one.
Well, there's something wrong with all of us, but so he does this often.
Oh yes.
And you do this voluntarily?
Oh yes.
What is the incentive? Why?
Oh, incentive. What's incentive?
Yes, well, what was the reason why you decided to volunteer for such a, I'm guessing, arduous experiment?
Oh well, we have look at these.
Fair enough.
And what of the Kreskov's son? Does he seem to recognize like that name?
He does not.
Dimitri?
The son. Yeah, Dimitri's son. Kreskov's. I don't remember
Ilya?
that. I don't know if we have
Ilya. That was his
Ilya.
name.
Yeah, Ilya.
Neither Ilya or Dimitri ring a bell to.
Hmm. So, what's our options here?
We've had maybe some bad experiences with being invited to dinner.
Yeah, also, I would not touch this guy's food. I've been trusting with food. I would not touch this guy's food.
Reeves has finally
Yeah.
learned his lesson.
So tomorrow, dinner.
Yes,
Maybe.
tomorrow dinner. Just as the light fades. Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
Do we need to bring anything?
Dessert.
Dessert, rolls, salad, queso.
No. Just yourselves. Just bring yourselves.
To walking over, I'll kind of walk over to Reeves. And are you comfortable leaving that one locked up?
Not after what she said. I'll turn to Otto and say, "Is this Cloven that you were talking about?"
No. Cloven's inside. If you hear that terrible music, that's Cloven.
How many of you are there?
Oh. Like, at least 28.
What
The 8 of you.
fuck?
And you all are different.
Yes, all different. Well, some. And just as he says some, that's when you hear what sounds like the rattling of doors, specifically from these sheds that are here underneath this balcony. You start to hear this like almost like moaning and wailing coming from within them.
All right.
Not all are like us.
Maybe we should take our leave.
Yeah, I don't
I
think.
think that is wise.
I want to ask
Oh.
Otto, why do you keep her chained up like that? She obviously doesn't want to be here.
Oh, Master said she did something bad.
Were you all volunteers before you were gifted?
Oh, yes, and Master gifted us with all this power.
What happened to
Okay.
her?
She too was gifted the power, but Master said she did something not good.
We're in no shape to take on this whole thing, so
No, we are not.
I'm not going to play the hero here, but I
Me
will leave some food and some of the old clothes. I'll leave a full ration and the old clothes I have in my inventory for her.
Okay. As you maybe go put them down, roll a perception check for me.
It's a 9 or 6?
A 9.
Okay. Just as you, I'll send you something. I'll send you all something, but just to kind of show you what she looks like.
Ooh, pictures.
A peek at her. And there's a very, I just drew this right now. So it's a very rough artistic rendering.
Hand edition.
Now,
Yeah,
did
yeah.
you put that picture?
Yeah.
That no.
You guys are checking Discord while we're
No.
playing?
No, I checked it when there was stuff. No.
Wait, what is that picture? What did I miss?
Oh, you don't want to know. That's so
No.
sad.
It's
Alright.
the anime Full Metal Alchemist,
It's
where
trauma.
that
It's
girl's
trauma.
dad has like a similar thing where he mixes
Oh,
like
shout
animal chimera things.
Oh,
And he mixed his daughter with a dog, and it was very traumatizing and tragic.
The
just,
family dog.
just so he could have it talk, so he could keep getting his sweet, sweet paycheck from the government.
I'll send you these. These are Otto and
Who gave it the heart?
I did.
go.
No.
This is Otto and Zygrek.
Oh,
Otto's
Otto's
the one with the shovel.
It's adorable.
Which, surprisingly, your people kind of look like that girl. That's
Oh my god.
What do you mean your people?
I think there's inspiration there.
But yeah, as you lean down and put these clothes and food, all at once, this this lady with wings and spider mandibles from one end of the pole and chains dives towards you, and just as the tether of the chain stops her, she is just close enough to whisper, "Kill me."
God damn it. Wait. I'll return.
All right.
I even sleight of hand drop lockpick.
Okay. Yeah, roll a sleight of hand.
Nat 20.
What?
Oh my god. What's with the 20s in you tonight? Your second one?
He drops it, it bounces off 3 rocks and falls right into the lock.
It's weighted.
That's
I would complain, but he's on our side.
that's a 30.
Does he pass?
Yeah. You manage very quickly to drop this lockpick into some low snow. You can tell that whatever this creature is, its eyes follow the metal down and clearly sees whatever it is that you dropped. Yeah.
I kind of lower my head and back away.
Okay.
So we tell Otto we accept his invitation for dinner tomorrow night and take our leave.
I think that would be the best option.
Before we go, the sheds over here there, Jeff,
Uh-huh.
how many are there?
There are a total of an uncountable amount.
So,
So 9.
I'm not kidding you. It literally says there are 9
9?
sheds.
Love it.
Yep, that's just the new word now for
Yep.
9.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
uncountable.
Cool. So as you tell Otto, make your way back to the front gate. Are you doing anything else?
I'd like to have a closer look, even if it's brief, of the graveyard, and just, are there any obvious like names on headstones, anything just I would recognize or have any
So here, let me.
yeah, anything quickly of interest in just like a few glances.
Reeves got left behind.
Yeah, my fast move doesn't work anymore, which is unfortunate. I'll have to figure that out. But so if you do want to go further into the graveyard, you would need to go like off the path. That's totally up to you.
I
Just
don't
maybe
think
a
we should
tea-
push our luck.
I'm just gonna see if I can see anything from here. I'm not gonna go any further. That's too far.
You can definitely tell that like there is quite a few gravestones. Like I said, some of them look ancient, some of them look a little bit more recent. But unless you go a little bit further into the graveyard, you won't be able to like tell any headstones or anything like that.
Can we tell where we're standing if any of them have been dug up recently?
You're not sure about recently, but there is definitely some that have been dug up.
Yeah. I'm not going to push it right now.
And, yeah.
We can take a glance on our way back through for dinner.
Well, we know that there's an uncountable amount there, so
More
we can
than
plan.
more than an uncountable amount.
Yeah. So do they just show us out essentially?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I guess as we're walking away a little bit, that place does not seem right. And
Careful what we say. Too close to here. We don't know what abilities those hybrids might have.
Yeah.
it's true.
Best to discuss this in town.
They seem quite hospitable.
A little
Very
too-
nice. Very nice. Very nice hosts.
One of them kind of shouts over the wall, "Thank you." No, I'm just kidding.
Throws a cupcake at us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we just go back down, right?
Okay. Yeah. As you make your way down without any issue.
It's definitely later than 9 a.m., right?
Yeah, it's like 10:30 at this point.
Oh wow,
Oh,
so much
so-
Still that early?
Yeah.
Yep.
I know we're not really equipped
I'm so
to
confused.
fight anything right now. But do we like the idea that he has a full day
Maybe 11:30.
knowing that we're coming back?
That's what I was gonna say. Is like, well, yeah, we avoided a fight, but now
We can always
No,
go back
it-
sooner.
if we are gonna go back, seems like he may have a chance to prepare.
Yeah.
That
I don't
also
like
gives
that.
us a chance to prepare.
And how?
Or we could take advantage of it and
I
use
think
our
we
sneaky
should.
friend here, who
I think we should
know
try to
has
be a
been
little
itching.
early for dinner.
That is if we're gonna wait for dinner.
Or
That's what I
like,
mean. I don't think we should wait for dinner. I think we should head back before then.
it's 10 in the morning. I mean, do we just come back at night? It seems like a bad
Doesn't seem
idea.
like no. What do we need to do to be
No,
prepared?
most of these abominations will have nocturnal traits, which will never work in our favor. Maybe
Yeah.
dinner is a ruse.
I mean, dinner tomorrow, that's a long way off.
No,
Yeah.
dinner period might just
And the
be to give them an advantage.
And I don't like the fact that he's in the middle of creating another one right now.
This could be the perfect time to strike.
Well, if we want to send our little sneaky friend in,
As you get to the bottom of the hill, this is what you guys decide.
Well,
You're like, you know what?
No, we're just out.
No, you know
just,
what?
like, out
I'm
of-
not coming
No,
back
we're
for
just-
dinner tomorrow.
Yeah.
Merrick is not tired because no terrain is difficult terrain for him.
No. I just didn't want to say anything while we
Well,
were in
aren't you
earshot of
lucky?
them. We couldn't make that decision while we were standing in their courtyard.
You could say we're halfway down the hill. We don't have to be at the bottom of the hill.
No.
Yeah, that's totally cool.
Yeah, I don't think we would have waited that long to discuss this.
What do we need to be prepared?
Spell slots for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I honestly didn't burn that much.
Cormac is healthy.
I mainly burned hit points. That's what I burned on that encounter.
Same.
I think
Well,
so. Yeah,
how
I
we-
only used one rage, so I still got 3 of those.
how we become prepared as we understand where we are, where we're
How-
going.
You heard
the escape
Dimitri. We can't prepare with a town that has nothing to offer us.
I'm not talking necessarily about supplies, I'm talking about information. While we have the opportunity, we scout out the building itself. We
We
take
have
up
no idea how big it is.
yes.
He was
but
gone for quite a bit of time, but
we can figure out where the different entrances are, the escape routes.
I mean,
Windows?
They saw us right. They saw us right away as we got to the top of the hill. I mean, we could try to find another way around, but
I think they heard
Maybe
us.
they could help us go in.
They
They most
reacted
likely
to the
heard us.
sound of that gate. I don't think they knew we were there
Yeah.
before we made that noise.
We
They
made a
reacted
lot
to
of
the sound
noise.
of the gate. So as long as we don't use the gate, they'll never know we're here.
So we
I'd
think.
like to roll an insight check on whether that is a logical statement. Just like, if we don't use the gate, they'll never know we're here.
We're
I'm
invisible.
feverish. Give me a break. This is all a fever dream. I'm still back in bed and home.
If we are going to try a stealthy approach, we need to come in from like one of the cliff
Different.
sides.
Well, we do have a friend who knows how to fly.
And yeah, and ideally we can have someone make a very large distraction while we do. And even then, what is our
Just stand there and open and
what's-
close the gate.
what's our
Everyone's dying.
objective?
What are we trying? What are we trying to do? Are we trying to go in and slaughter everyone? What's
What's
the
the
goal?
plan once we're in there?
Isolating,
This is how we're
isolating,
preparing. We're trying to figure out
isolating.
what our goals are.
isolating the abbot would be best.
Yeah, we need
I
I
love
don't
how it
think I
goes from
wanna-
you've been invited to dinner to let's slaughter everybody.
I don't. Well, no,
don't
I'm not
want
saying
to.
that's what we're doing. I'm
Welcome
saying
to
like,
D&D.
what do you
I
guys?
think we
Reeves.
need to stop and we need to do some serious questioning.
it's free, everybody. Those, from what I can tell, most. All I
Most
know
of
is that
them
there's
are-
2 of them that are happy. One of them was very unhappy, and there were some nasty noises coming from
There-
more of those creatures that I
So-
feel might not be very happy.
I counted
I have a
an
concern.
uncountable amount of sheds with creatures in them.
I have a concern. Just because that creature is unhappy doesn't mean that it won't go slaughter the town of Kresk when we free it.
We don't have to free them immediately.
He makes a point.
I think Ilya seemed quite unhappy as well.
But the other two seemed fine.
Yes,
Otto
but they
and-
also
done
seemed a little
nothing-
touch in the head. Just
and
a
they've done nothing
1%
wrong. Or if
They-
anything, we can just let them live their lives up there in the Abbey afterwards.
If they
Like-
take up arms against us, then that's their choice, and I will kill them without guilt.
Merrick's
But you have
gonna
to
give
make
you
sure
an
if they take up
approving nod.
arms. What if they take up arms against us with their master's orders? We can't.
Yes, we can.
I mean, we don't have to kill them mercilessly, but we can't risk everything else we're fighting for.
Why is he keeping the failed ones alive?
Training, perhaps.
You learn more from your failures than you do your successes.
It's fucking deep.
When dealing with chimeras, yeah.
I actually,
You're all
yeah,
writing that
I-
down in like your journal.
I said that to my grad student. I said that to my grad student today, off table. Literally said
What?
that today. I was like, just chill out. Everything's gonna be fine.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
It's a fucking gem.
If our goal is to free something, I don't know. It seems like a big risk.
What
All of
happened to
this
the
seems
last
like
thing
a
we
big risk.
freed?
Isabella seems to be living a fine life in Vallaki somewhere.
But if we isolate the abbot immediately, he won't be able to order the ones outside to do anything.
Zone of silence.
We can go in and neutralize the abbot and then figure it out from there.
All right, we're breaking the abbot tonight.
No.
I don't want to. No, not tonight. We have to go while it's
No.
still light out. We can't go at night. None of us can see in the dark. We're all humans, remember?
No one got the Linkin Park
Well-
reference. Got it.
Wait, well,
Wait, what?
I'm
what-
breaking
what?
the abbot tonight.
Oh my
yes.
god. Okay, you're fired. Get out.
Cormac instantly
You'll-
turns into
Okay,
a-
you have to put that as the title for the
done. I'm renaming the stream right now.
yeah, yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to name it the item that I named the holy water vials, Matt?
What'd you name it?
Look above your abomination there that you posted.
Oh yeah, he called it like Abbott's bathwater or something.
Yeah. Crest Gamer Abbott Bathwater.
Nice. Oh, that's what that was. Yeah.
All right.
Our last episode was called Furry Fury.
Nice.
Not 2 apes, 1 session?
No, that was the
Oh,
one
no.
before. That was the one before.
Oh, that was the one before
Yeah,
that.
I need to rename it though because I didn't remember what that was. Yeah.
I don't think we should go in just freeing stuff though.
No.
Just
I
based
believe
off
we
the fact
should-
that we were about to free a bunch of werewolf children that were going to kill us at some point.
Again, this is why I said
Earlier.
before, we
Can I
have to
roll a
approach this
perception?
with some
Can I-
caution.
Can I roll a perception check on Reeves' face as we're talking about not freeing stuff?
I mean,
I'm just saying we can't just go in and
My-
unlock gates willy nilly.
I just don't like seeing things locked up against their will. I'm not a zealot about it. If I can, I will do what I can because I feel really bad for them. I've seen a lot of people locked up in my life, and I don't wish it on other people. It's always been described to me as just like soul crushing, and I don't want them to deal with that. But I'm not going to sacrifice the town for the possibility.
Yeah,
of that.
I'm very worried we may be releasing 10, 20 Ilias onto the landscape here.
Well,
And that'll
somebody-
destroy your village, Lisbeth, and
One does have
Crest.
a lockpick.
Oh,
well, we don't know that because he rolled a nat 20.
yeah. We're not going to talk about the one that he already freed.
Yeah, he
Well,
rolled a
you know,
nat 20. That's
The
none of
one
us.
that
saw.
can clearly
Yep.
fly.
We have a feeling that at least that one wants to escape or get out.
Die.
I doubt they want to be anywhere near here. They're not going to attack town.
My concern is that there's ones in there like Otto and like
Yes,
Oh,
the
okay.
slightly touched in the head ones that
Siegfried.
have a little bit too much loyalty and really strong hugs.
they don't know
yes.
anything else. It's like a child in the world. What else are they gonna know?
Regardless, it doesn't change the fact that the abbot is breeding abominations and could be in league with Strahd for all we know.
We do we have to stop the abbot. That's not the thing in
Yeah.
question. It's just how do we do this without destroying a whole town?
If the town gets destroyed, then so be it.
And then, I mean, once we get rid of the abbot, it takes at least 30 days to develop a new abbot.
That I got.
I'm
Oh
turning your
my
volume.
God,
I'm turning
yeah.
your
I'm turning
your
your
volume down.
Takes
You
4
know.
weeks. Takes 4 weeks to develop a new habit.
So what would you
Yep.
guys like to do? As you stand here on the cliffside, deciding to break the abbot or not.
I was gonna say I think we have to try really hard to go in and break the abbot.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the goal, I just want to be clear on our goal before we just run around and start like trying to break into places and like sneaking in. So what's
Our
if
our
the-
objective is defined. We need to know what route we're taking. Are we scorched earth? Are we?
Well,
running
we
into-
remember what happened
Well,
the last time.
you said we learn more from our failures. What have you tried in the past that failed?
being heroes.
Yes.
Yeah, usually being heroes has not worked out too well.
Well, based off our last encounter, I can attest to that as well. Look, we have the ability for flight. I have a proclivity for being unseen, as well as our older friend there. We have ways in. We just have to find out if we could send maybe get some more information of what is on the inside of these buildings. Figure out the layout. This
We
had to
could-
be built by someone, yes? Maybe there is someone in town who still has original plans.
Cormac,
A map.
what if we ran a distraction where the 4 of us, Cormac, Merek, and Sid, could do a stealth mission while Lisbeth pretends to want the procedure done on themselves?
Squeeze me? Why am I offered for the procedure?
And
Merrick shakes his head and he says, "If anybody's going to offer themselves up, it's going to be me."
is anyone gonna believe either of you that you want this procedure?
I don't.
Check your charisma right now.
I said I have high charisma. My problem is
8.
we have to remember that this is, for him to be pulling this off, he has to be a pretty strong whatever he is. He has to have pretty strong magical abilities to be able to do what he's doing. And for
Maybe-
for us to go in and offer it ourselves up to him, who's to say we can get out of there unscathed?
I don't think if we go in at all, we're not getting out of there unscathed. If we're trying to confront him in any way, we should put that idea out of our heads.
It's more the fact of like that one person that's going to offer themselves up could get fucked up by him before the party could get there to save them.
Is
I
there a
hate
way
this.
to get him out? Instead of
He
us
didn't
going
want to
in,
come out. He invited us for dinner to go in.
but is there a way that we can get him out?
I'm gonna look
Brought him
around and
out?
make sure no one's following us. By the way.
Yeah,
As
no,
we're
nobody's
standing
following
here.
you.
He
You would know,
seems-
like I said, he's been known to visit the pool, but
Yeah.
That's what I'm.
It's
That's
not
what I'm
very
getting
often.
towards.
Yeah,
not
what I'm
not
getting
super
towards.
often, so you don't know when.
But
Yeah,
he
Dimitri
obviously
didn't
has
know
what
some
time of day.
affinity for the pool, right? The pool has significance. So does his deity. Supposedly, he does go down there to visit and look.
So do you
If
want to
we
go
cause-
draw a mustache on the statue or
If
something?
we cause maybe a big enough distraction by pool, it could possibly draw him out of.
Come all
the
the way
abbey.
down.
We could pay a
Mary-
villager to bring
We
a-
don't have
a
to be there.
message to say that there's something wrong with the pool. It's turning red, and he needs to come and bless it. Or something.
I think it's
That-
You can see it from the cliff top.
Yeah, that
can
would
make
be a
it
much
red.
more wise suggestion than trying to get him to come down in any other manner.
I could potentially make it red.
what were you gonna suggest, Merrick?
But I just no, I'm saying that what Reeves suggested
Oh,
is a much better course of actions. As like the abbot will never notice anything going on all the way up there.
and I'm not comfortable. The pool seems somehow sacred, whether the abbot likes it or for whatever reason. I
Aye,
Mess
but do
with it.
the ends justify the means?
Not
they
for
do
a
not.
pool of healing power in a town that's lost everything.
What if I?
Mercer would not approve of us violating.
But I do not
Oh.
see Mercer here.
Mercer isn't here.
What if I used smoke bombs?
I'm speaking for him.
What if
I
what if
would
I
not
created
approve
an
of it.
illusion? Somebody casts some kind of light spell through my smoke bombs, and we just make it look like there's something oozing off the.
Would you like me to just blow a hole in the wall of his castle?
Why can't we just blow up one of his buildings? You guys said you tried the hero rope before and it failed. Why don't we just go the complete opposite direction and burn the place down?
Okay, but
Yes.
you were also the one who suggested not, killing all of these innocents that are childlike.
I'm throwing out
What if they are
options
in the
here.
building?
You
I
can either
mean-
go all the way to the left or all the way to the right.
Trying to get the abbot down the hill would be the most effective way to get him in our clutches.
I like that better. Trying to draw him out somehow.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think we can try. We may be waiting weeks.
But
he
if
does.
we
it's
make
gotta
something
be.
dire enough, and we have a little bit of guilt on our side, do we not? With Dimitri and his whole actions and everything going on, maybe we could get some help in the persuasion department. If the whole town is screaming because the pool has turned red, that might draw some attention.
Even if I just block the view from the abbey to the.
Like
To the
throw
pool.
your smoke bombs down so he can't see
Yeah,
it
but
from up
it's
here.
so
and he
it's
has
so
to
high.
come down.
there's we couldn't see down through the mist, could we, Jeff?
He said he can see.
not easily, but you can see the pool below.
Okay, so we can see the pool below.
Yep.
Okay, I have nothing to say then.
I mean, all we need to
Like
do is, or maybe
Like Sid said, we could blow a hole through his wall.
maybe not something bad, but maybe something good. Maybe the idea of his deity, the Morning Lord, arriving at the pool.
How'd you pull that off?
Maybe
I have ways.
maybe the idea of using a half
Volunteer.
werewolf in his experiments would be appealing to him.
I don't like that idea at all.
I mean, that was my original thought. When I was up for sacrifice, I figured you would be a lot better of a sacrifice, considering you've already got problems.
It was my
We
idea.
bring you.
It was my idea. I'm happy to act as the volunteer. The only reason I didn't volunteer in the first place is because I thought I'd be more use on the sneaking team.
Once again, I would be the volunteer, and why are we dismissing the fact that we can try and lure the abbot out of his domain?
I think we can try. I think sure we can try. I think there's little that we're gonna do that he's gonna care about. That's
It'd have to be pretty big to get him out of his castle.
yeah. People sitting high in their towers usually look down and view things as food or as a resource. So unless, I think he could care very little about what we do down here.
As you stand somewhere in the middle of the hill, you hear the bells of the abbey ring out above you.
Great. Say a bell rings every time a new monster is.
Oh, fuck! You're probably right.
Is that what they say?
Every time a bell rings, a monster gets its wings.
I can confirm that is how the saying goes.
A distraction may be to sneak in, and I don't like it. We could hunt her down later, but freeing one of his prisoners, seeing if that draws anyone away.
About that.
How many times did the bell ring? Sorry.
3 times.
At 11:21 a.m.
Yeah, and it's not 3 o'clock.
Last time we heard it, it rang 9 times.
Time was it then?
It was at night. It was when we were keeping watch. When we were looking at the chicken pen.
So I'll tell you guys that I left a lockpick for our spider bat friend.
We might already have a distraction coming then.
So what's the decision? What would you guys like to do?
If we attack him on home turf, we're gonna have to fight 30 enemies. Manage to lure him out. Might be able to trap him. If we have to fight 30 enemies, do we go murder hobo or do we go saving as many people?
I'd prefer to see if there's some that are not murderous beasts that want to be freed. I prefer not to slaughter them mercilessly.
Where is the abbot located on this mountain? Is it above the pool?
The abbey?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you basically you maybe a better view, but you basically walk about 400 feet up the side of the mountain to get to the abbey. The abbey is on top of.
Now, in relation, like, is it like, like perched on a bit of the mountain that's overlooking this pool? Is there like
Here you go.
you know, Lion King style cliff going on.
Can you see the map?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the road that leads up. The green.
Right. And so I'm guessing the Abbey.
The Abbey is
about-
like it's like somewhere up there.
Okay.
Where
If you all will give me some time, I can go scout from the air. I
hope our
think
friend-
I can do that now. Or maybe I can go see, or maybe I can even see, peek in a window and see what's happening. Let me just check the wild shit table. I think I can. What, can you do flying creatures at level 8?
what's CR?
Yes, I think you can.
It doesn't matter the CR. It's at level. I think at level 4 you can. One level you can do swimming, and another level you can do.
I think it's at
flying.
level 8 you get
Level
flying.
8. Yeah, level 8.
Yeah, so I can wild shape into like a owl, and go poke around.
Would Merek know what kind of birds would like reside in this area of Barovia?
Yeah, most definitely. It's mostly like just your standard owls, ravens.
Okay, then
yeah.
I have nothing to say if he's doing an owl and there are owls around here.
Yep.
Look, if you guys want to find a place to set something up, or come up with something, maybe I can go gather some information. Or if you want to come up to just.
I don't think you should go by yourself.
Maybe you could stay just a little ways down the path. Those are straw men on the wall. So if you can avoid the auto and Diffrig, I can at least do a little scouting without having to open doors or anything.
Straw men, property of.
We seem to be at an impasse, and I think maybe some more information will help.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely should scout it out. We should see if there's any way for us to maybe watch it overnight and just see what the activity is throughout the Abbey itself. We could find a location that purchase us nearby, out of sight, but still close enough for us to keep watch. We could do that as well. I could always set up a tiny hut, and we
That's a
could
good
camp
idea.
out there, and that way we could take scout out every hour, or go out, and have a place to retreat to, of
If
some
we-
at least relative safety.
Once again, any activity that we try to do at nighttime will only benefit those abominations. And
Well, we
whatever-
could rest up. We could rest up here in our friend's tiny hut at night, and maybe at dawn, that would be the time to do something. How much room is in that hut of yours?
Enough.
Okay. Well, why don't we move up close, or come up just before nightfall, and I can explore quietly from the outside. I can either do that now, or we come up right before nightfall.
I would say maybe you'll scout out for a location for us to set up camp.
Okay.
At least that way we have
Yeah.
a target to aim for.
I'll do that now. I'm happy to do
Okay.
that. If people want to move, if you guys want to move up closer, you're more than welcome to. But I'll
I
just
think
try
we're
to
good
run
here.
away.
Okay. As you ascend towards the Abbey, you notice that there is a rocky outcrop that appears to kind of overlook the Abbey. The mountain itself does not stop where the Abbey is built. There's a section that is even higher than the Abbey itself that appears on like like there's no building or anything there. You definitely think that there's a rock outcropping that you could safely fit like the entire group without any issue. It would probably be a slight climb to get to, but you can deduce a fairly straightforward path to get there.
Okay. So I've scouted the spot. I'd like to do not super close, but do kind of a circle
Okay.
around the building in general
Yep.
and see if I see any other entrances, or do I see the Bat Lady still attached?
Yeah. So you do still see the same Bat Lady attached as you circle along the Abbey. As you pass over, you see there's a graveyard that extends beyond what you could see to the south of the building a little bit further. You notice that there is quite a lot of graves that have been untouched on the south side of the building. As you continue to circle around, you notice there are clear distinction, two wings of the buildings, and you see the courtyard in which you stood. There are two doors from the courtyard that lead into each wing. As you continue down one of the longer of the two wings, on the far end there appears to be a door that leads into the wing. It's a door that leads out to a set of rectangular gardens. There are garden plots that are on the far end of this like plateau, basically. Other than that, nothing stands out to you.
Does it look obvious that the gate is the only way?
The gate appears to be the only way up into the Abbey, yes. Everything else is completely walled off.
Yeah, like walls and sheer cliff faces and stuff like that.
Exactly. You notice the ground descends very quickly beneath like where the Abbey is. The only side it does not completely drop off immediately is on the far eastern side where the farm plots are. That's the part that leads up into the mountain, although there is no path or trail that has been carved out. There's no door or gate either.
So that's the way we'd have to go up to get up the mountain above.
You think that you can pass. You would have to climb, but you think you can pass past the gatehouse to climb the rock face.
Okay. Does it seem like anything's kind of taken notice of me flying around that I can see? Obviously,
not that you can tell. And I'll actually move you guys to this so you can see this.
As I'm considering trying to fly in closer somewhere and just watch. I have 4 hours this. I'm not going to spend that long, but somewhere I can just watch any movement, anything happening. Is the number 28? Does it actually seem like there's that?
Oh, so it's
many?
legit hanging off the cliff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we just take a part of the building down? Shatter, baby.
Got some other options for that, but yeah. Yeah, if I perch somewhere for a little while, do I see anything else happening?
You do not see any movement in the courtyard or anywhere
Where
around the Abbey.
Is there obvious where the bell house, where the bell is?
The bell tower is here.
Okay. And that is we come in, that's the left when we came into the courtyard. Okay.
Correct, yeah. So the courtyard is right here.
Yeah, those are
Okay, to get up the mountain where we want to go, we'd have to kind of skirt past the gatehouse on this.
To get up the mountain, I'll draw it in green. You'd kind of have to do this.
Yeah, okay. But we, in theory, could come back down the other side if we wanted to.
Theoretically, yep. There's no gatehouse there that you could see or entry.
Yeah.
So the Abbot came out of this, the building that's there on the left, or the Abbot
didn't
was in
come out.
there. That's where Otto went in.
Otto went in right here.
Yeah.
And the two guards were there. Where I see.
Okay. I say we. I'm trying to decide if I get any closer.
The other question is, how long do you scout out?
I have 4 hours of time, so I'd probably spend a total of like however long it takes to get up there as a bird, and then total I like spend maybe an hour and a half.
Very little happens as you watch
Okay.
the Abbey for the hour and a half.
Okay. And how much do I risk? I think I won't risk it because anything I've learned may change by the time. Yeah, so I'll just come back to you all with that information. So, yeah, I'll fly back in, and hopefully you all are still where I left you, and I will tell you what I saw, but I think there's a spot up above the Abbey where we could make camp safely and maybe keep watch overnight.
Is that the game plan? Is
It
everyone
might be
on board with
inhospitable,
that?
but
I mean, the hut will make it. It's climate controlled, so
you want to give that a shot?
Better than doing
Yep.
nothing.
the more
Okay.
information we have, the better.
All right. As you ascend the cliffside, it is quite difficult terrain to climb up, but you all manage, after some help from one another, to kind of make it to this kind of rock plateau above the Abbey that gives a decent view of most entrances, exits, including the courtyard. Your hut is invisible, correct?
Yeah, it's opaque, but I can change the color, so I could definitely camouflage
Like-
it to fit the surroundings.
Perfect. Okay.
I was
As-
actually just going to say, can I camouflage the hut and also like make us like a little like camouflaged observation post for whoever's on watch?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
It lasts for 8 hours.
Okay. So as you begin your watch around 2:30, you wait for a handful of hours, continuing to look towards the Abbey for any signs of life, but you find none. At approximately 5:30, although time is, you don't have a watch, but you notice that as there's definitely movement in the bell tower as the bell rings out. And unlike before, it rings a total of 6 times.
I mean, can we just make like an intelligence check of like we put together, if our
Yeah.
smart characters who are smarter than us as players put together some
Sure.
pattern here?
Yeah.
What would that be? Just int? Or
Yeah, you can just roll a straight intelligence check, yeah.
it's probably not going to go well. I will turn to the party and say, do you guys recognize a pattern? Int 12. Oh.
Lisbeth just says it's ringing more
Ooh.
than once.
That's pretty good. Well, you heard it ring 3 times in the morning, 6 times in what you would assume to be afternoon, and 9 times overnight.
3, 6, 9.
Damn, you're fine.
That's exactly what I
There you go.
That's really what the Abbot's thinking.
It's getting low.
Yeah.
But it seems like a random. Oh God. It seems like random times, even though.
So are
It
they
seems
just
random, but you
Pattern
wonder if one depicts the start
Yeah.
and one depicts the end, and the other the middle.
Could be guard duties. Prayer.
You do know, as the bell rings, the howling picks up.
So that was just. We just heard 6.
There might not be
I
exactly
wonder-
6 in my sound file, but
Yeah.
yes.
If something happens, if something's happening at when the bells ring, maybe that's an opportune time. Maybe things change. Things are in motion.
Is there
Guard.
a way to tell how many creatures are howling when the bell goes off?
You think if you were to guess 50,
Oh my god.
I was more curious if there was like a different number for each number of rings, but
it sounds like almost like a symphony.
Yes.
Oh,
you
if
don't
we're
want
gonna
that.
if we're gonna do something, we either do it at dawn, I think, or we do it at 9. And I wonder if we go for where the abbot is when the bell tower's being rung.
But we don't know where the abbot is.
Or we just stay up here and watch for another day or two. I don't know,
We-
guys.
Have you ever
we've
heard the
waited
bell
this
at night?
long. We could just go to dinner.
Have we ever heard the bell at
No,
night?
we.
Ever
Yeah.
heard what? Sorry.
Have we ever heard the bell at night? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, not
That's when it was
we heard
9 times.
rings. Yeah.
dinner.
Dinner, we're gonna have to wait a whole nother day because it's dinner of the.
Well, it's every 8 hours, right? Is it every 8 hours? The
That it
ring?
rings?
Yeah.
Approximate. But it seems
3
very
times a day.
random. Like there seems to be very inconsistent.
All right.
Hours to do.
Yeah, I mean, we could essentially do a long rest with watches up
Yep.
until that point, and then go for something when it rings 9.
Is there
Do
howling?
I don't think
Ritual?
Sid. I don't think Sid would rush in. I'm just as a player pretty frustrated. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do.
Because I don't think we have enough info.
Which
I could use my before we rest. I could do another wild shape with you guys closer, and I could go look in closer to what's actually happening. And you guys are close by, and I could maybe it would be less catastrophic if I get seen.
At this
Yeah.
point, I think all options are equal, good and bad. So
Yeah.
whichever we.
Oh, you're currently at 5:30 approximately in the evening. You're invited to
Yeah.
dinner the next day when it's at its darkest, basically, which you assume to be anytime after 2, basically.
I'm realizing now we probably should have asked Otto and the other one a lot more questions. We could have gotten
Yep.
a lot more information out of them.
It's okay. We are where we are.
Once again, it would be ill-advised to do anything at night in there.
No, if we're this late at night already, we kind of have to just wait till morning. But do we go in at morning then?
I say we'd be ready to react at the beginning bells.
Sure.
What's
Alright.
the
So
reaction?
before we rest, should I go? I can go and do one more scout.
I do like that.
Use
idea.
my.
We should
yeah.
also be ready to react if we can't see.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I will do another owl wild shape, and I
Okay.
will go. I want to go first to the bell tower and
Okay.
see if I can see what's in there. So I'll try to approach, obviously, as stealthily as I can.
Mhm.
It's getting darker. Put the sunlight, whatever, make it so I'm not seen.
Okay. Yeah. Roll a stealth check.
And I'll kind of. It's probably So I roll this as the owl, right?
Yeah.
Oh, +3.
That's not horrible. It's not Reeves, but it's not horrible.
I could possibly inspire you.
Maybe I want to use my own inspiration.
Okay.
You'd think owls would be stealthier than a +3.
They literally make no sound when they fly.
Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous.
You would think so, but unfortunately, I do not make the rules.
You do though.
Not in this
You make
case.
the rules.
Not D&D rules.
You can have
Okay,
more
well, I
inspiration.
rolled an 8.
You do though.
Anyone else? Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think.
you can use my inspiration.
Okay.
I can throw you an inspiration. I'll get it back at the end of a long rest. So
You
So
have
is
to
that a
decide whether you're going to
14?
do that before
I'll
I
give
leave.
it. I'll give it to you.
A
You get a
bardic
D8.
inspiration.
Yeah,
Jeff, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I believe it is a D8. Yes.
Retcon.
So I rolled a 17.
Bardic is a
That's
D6.
better.
No, Bardic
Nope.
goes up. It scales
Yep.
its level.
Oh yeah, that's right. It does.
So I rolled a 17.
Nice. Okay. As you scout towards the tower, you see as you maybe perch yourself on one of the windowsills. It is there's currently a single similar looking folk to what you saw at the entrance, sleeping. He has a small instrument, what looks to be like a violin of sorts, that's kind of resting in one hand as he's sleeping.
Have we heard
In the room. Sorry, go ahead.
Have we heard that violin yet?
You would have very briefly, like almost if it's like hanging in the wind, but not like clearly. Other than that, in this room, you see some wooden stairs that seem to climb to a loft of sorts. You think where the bell is, obviously. Other than that, you see what appears to be like a black shroud of sorts that covers a humanoid shape that's lying on a wooden table. There's a cot of furs in the northeast corner. There's empty wine bottles. There's an oil lamp that burns on a table. And that's about it.
I have a feeling this is Cloven.
They hate Cloven because he rings the bell.
So if you
Maybe.
take a close look at Cloven, you see that this is no ordinary being. This being has crustacean, claw-like appendages, and it appears to have like a human hand,
Don't
but
like that.
it doesn't. I'll show you a picture because I think a picture is worth 1,000 words.
In my head, it was a picture of a guy with a crab hand holding a violin bow, just playing with.
I was picturing Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, he does have a crab hand. Unfortunately, it gets a little bit more disturbing than that.
Oh!
I put it in the chat.
Are you ringing the bell now, Mr. Krabs?
Let's just say he only has one hand to ring the bell.
Nightmare.
Yeah. Ugh. And the body on the table, is there anything obvious?
It's
there?
covered in a black shroud, nothing that you.
I was gonna say, is there butter in the sack of food I stole?
I will.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Okay, seeing that, I'm gonna. If nothing's happening in there, I'm gonna.
Josh's face.
I'm voting more towards burning the place down now at this point.
He's holding his fingers like, what did I do?
Is the so I'm gonna fly. I want to do two other things. I want to first fly to the graveyard.
Okay.
And just see, kind of in the graveyard, is there anything obvious? I'll kind of like hop around, look for entrances, or do I see anything happening, or any interesting names on any of the headstones, or?
Yeah. As you land, in the graveyard. Your eyes, they begin to mist over. And as
no.
your feathers and wings begin to ache, your vision trembles. Your
fly away?
gaze, unfortunately not.
Oh God.
Your gaze is immediately drawn to a single frosted gravestone, and through the rime of frost that's covering your owl's eyes, you can read the headstone. Tasha Petrovna, healer of kings, beacon of light unto the west, servant, companion, and believer. You then see this strangeness. These tears of ice-cold rime begin to roll down your feathery cheeks involuntarily and almost acidic in this bitter cold. Gone goes your sight of this world as your mind plunges into a light-wreathed vision. When you look about the abbey, it's no longer this decrepit relic that you saw before, but a house of hope, a house of healing. The candlelit halls ring out with the gentle prayers of 100 nuns, priests, and devotees. But then a door slams shut, the gates close, the windows are locked, and out go the lights. And then the screams begin. Time accelerates, and your mind becomes home to fear, hunger, and loathing. It is a nun that is first to turn on her brothers and sisters, the first to let the daggers fly. Over the coming months, this place of worship becomes an abattoir. Feasts are had, oh yes, and prayers to the morning Lord are made, but there is no warmth, only the cruel and distant laughter of some devilish voyeur watching from afar. You see his shadow in every patch of darkness, and you feel his eyes upon you from every uncurtained window. He is out there in the night. He is the night, the ancient and the land. With an effort of will, you pull yourself from this vision, from this madhouse, and your mind is shunted far, far away. You see a forlorn castle, and your eyes plunge downward through the earth, through the stonework, until at last you find yourself, a small owl tiptoeing through the silent catacombs. The darkness is overwhelming. But as you enter a weathered crypt, you must shield your eyes. For there, in the dark, burns an icon of the Morning Lord, a sun in its own right. And as you look upon a very familiar now holy symbol, a voice echoes in your mind. There's a grave to the west with roses that never die in a place built by healers in a village called Kresk. And when all turns to darkness, bring this holy symbol to this grave to summon the light and find the treasure that has been long lost. That is when you snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Staring back at the same grave.
I feel like the owl wakes up upside down with its feet in the air.
Still running.
Seeing that, feeling a moment of fear of I lost, something happened, or I might have been affected or spotted me. I think I would try to quickly fly away back to the hut. But so, just to clarify, there's an icon of the Morning Lord that I think I've seen in Castle.
You think
Ravenloft.
You saw? Well, you think that is where it likely was put to rest.
Mm-hmm.
But you saw this, what you believe to be this icon, on a very unfriendly rival of yours in the name of Morgantha around her neck.
Okay.
That's
So we won't.
right.
Who's Morgan?
So my thought is that we're not going to purify this place until we go and get that. No matter what, even if we kill like
We're
the
wasting our
Abbot and
time.
free everyone, we're not going to actually save this place until we get that.
We're back where we were 5 sessions ago.
Who's
Not
Morgana?
necessarily. Morgantha
Well-
is one of the hags from the Bone Grinder
Oh
Mill.
fuck! I knew you were
Yeah.
gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say
Yeah.
it was a freaking hag.
You
Yeah.
I'm gonna say we won't purify this place. That doesn't mean we won't couldn't
Yeah.
defeat everyone, because we've every time the Esterhill we beat the druids or Argynvost, we did all of that. We still had to do one thing after that to actually purify it, but we
Yep.
still defeated those things. So
if we
I'm
clear,
really glad you did that.
yeah, if we clear this out now, go fight Morgantha. Another hag coven could move in while we go. At least now we
Yep.
almost have
It's a
someone.
waste of
protecting-
resources for us to clear this out.
The enemy we know is here now and is not going anywhere.
It's an abomination, and what he's doing is horrible, but the devil we know is better than the devil we don't.
I don't know. I come back and I tell this. I look affected, kind of more than just tired from being out in the wind. And yeah, Sid looks like he does when he wakes up when any of us wake up from the visions from Strahd's book, kind of blasted with psychic energy or something.
I offer you some wine.
Like a wicked
Yeah.
cowlick.
Yeah. So I would tell you what I saw. I think if we leave this place, the town could be totally destroyed by the time we come back. I don't think we can purify it until we deal with the hags, with Morgantha, with the Bane, with our nemesis.
Right, but so much more damage can be done
Oh, we're
during
gone.
that time.
I know. There may be nothing left to save if we wait that long.
It'd be a prison break. Overrun surrounding.
Yeah. There's so many possibilities of what could go wrong while we're out, and searching for the hags themselves, that's gonna be a bit anyway.
Yeah, that will not be something we can resolve quickly. Maybe all we can do here is try to stop the evil we know that's in front of us and buy time. We've had to buy time before.
At
Yeah.
that point, do we just come back for supper? Or do we go on?
You do have a supper invitation?
We don't have to sneak in. If we come back for supper, we don't have to sneak in. We have an invitation.
As much as I hate to say this, he might do the same as Strahd did to us when we had to suffer his presence at his dinner.
And just talk.
Yeah.
We could blow up one of the buildings.
I don't know.
Not destroy
That-
the
I
whole
mean-
place. Just
I mean,
destroy
that's
some
what I'm
of
saying.
it.
If it's right there on the cliff,
It is.
we have the spells
But-
capable to just take part of the castle out. Now, we were talking about a distraction.
What if we
That's
blow up the
fucking
bell tower?
distraction. There
The
you
problem
go.
is any sort of explosion or fire, we can't 100% control it, which means we could release something.
I mean, can we also store this place if we it up?
Oh, that's true too. We can't really damage anything here if we're planning on actually bringing it back to normal, right?
This
I mean,
Well,
we can.
there's a
Things can
difference
be
between-
rebuilt.
There's a difference between rebuilding and purifying a place. I think to purify it, I don't think it matters if the walls of the castle are standing.
It's the land that
true.
it's built on more than anything else, not the actual building.
Yeah.
It's what it stands for. It's
Taking
the
away
location,
Strahd's land.
the location where that it was chosen for. I mean, The land itself was most likely sanctified before the building even started going up.
That actually raises a good question. Why did the abbot choose here? What is it about this place that makes him able to do what he does?
Well, it was already
may-
full of evil, according to his vision, right?
What
We
is-
may have to. I think we're not going to answer that unless we ask him.
The abbot could be here from the very beginning.
and
He's
could it have s-
ageless. He
could it have
looks
something
like
to do? Able to get some water every now. Experiment.
which then goes back to the fact that we could mess with this pool.
Either that or Strahd has a hand in this abomination.
We're not going to get any answers. I mean, we can list questions forever. We're not going to get any answers until we either talk to someone or explore it.
Yeah, we need more info.
All right. So with that, obviously, at this point, you can all like get your spell slots back. So go and just tick those off. I mean, there's no point to run the quote unquote long rest. So just because
Yeah, I would just do a
Save
good
time.
berry and whatever. Yeah.
and just
I have a question, Jeff.
yep.
Since we basically have 24 hours.
If we're are
Yeah,
we
so-
going?
Decided.
I'm just saying like we're basically like I would say 11 o'clock. You guys can wait until dawn and choose to do something else. You don't have to skip the whole 24 hours unless you all want to. That's okay as well.
The reason I was asking is what's the distance to the winery? How long on carriage would that take me to get there?
Longer than a day,
Okay, well,
like to get there and back.
okay.
Yeah, the winery would take a bit.
So let's just. Are we gonna do something here right now, or are we gonna come back for dinner? That's our question right now.
So let's put it to a vote.
Well,
What would
how's
Cormac vote?
Cormac looking?
Well,
if you were to look over at Cormac, it's like he has a really really bad fever.
We know we had like at most a couple of days, so theoretically tomorrow might mean that we only have one day.
So
Very possible.
let's do a vote.
Let's do a vote. I'll put it in the thing because it'll make it easier.
We could be bringing a werewolf to dinner.
In Discord, you mean?
I'm gonna do it in Foundry.
Oh, in Foundry, okay.
Is there an even number of us? There is. This could go horribly wrong.
I doubt it will. So I have a feeling I might be voting against the grain.
All right. I've put a couple of options.
That's too many options.
I thought there was only going to be two.
Can we have like a full minute to... Okay.
Need some Jeopardy
Contemplate.
music.
We have 3 votes. We need a couple more votes here. All right. So the vote is wait until dawn and do something. So as you all long rest throughout the night, nothing appears out of the ordinary at the Abbey. No bells ring either throughout the night. All of the buildings are lit by candlelight. You obviously hear random screaming, flapping of wings from the creature in the courtyard, but there is nothing unsettling that you haven't seen before. Dawn rolls around, and as it does, if anybody wants to roll hit dice, that's totally cool. Other than that, just make sure you give yourself back your resources.
Mhm.
Yeah, I will heal anyone before we took that long rest. So I think we're probably all maxed.
Cool.
I
So
have
I'm just
plenty
gonna,
of cure wounds and.
just gonna throw you
stuff.
guys on here, and I will run this one. Did that work? It would if I was on the right tool.
That sometimes helps.
Cool. I have done a thing. And I'll remove the exhaustion from you guys. All right. As dawn rolls around, what would you like to do?
If I can set free the bat girl just before the bells ring, she could be a distraction. Again.
If he cares enough about her to do anything.
It's not about him. It's distracting all the people and all the others.
You'll have to do something if everybody goes into an uproar.
That's true. Okay.
So do we go for the bell tower or we go for him?
So
Go
you
for
would
him.
notice from the viewpoint that you're at, with the sun that's just cresting over the eastern side, just past the hill where Castle Ravenloft is, you do notice the wooden statue down by the pool appears brighter than ever.
I should have been there right now.
For what?
Whatever's happening down there.
We'll have to do it tomorrow morning.
If we make it
If we
tomorrow
make it to the
morning,
night.
There is a tomorrow morning.
Well, you would like, I mean, it's up to you guys, but I mean, it doesn't take you that long to get down.
Do we see that and run all the way down and try to throw Cormac in the water?
That wouldn't be the craziest idea I've ever heard.
yes, it would.
That'd be the only reason I wouldn't run inside, is I see an opportunity to heal Cormac. So, if people are willing to do that, if we can
Would
make
it
it down
kill
there.
him? Or would it
Reeves
kill him?
looks Sid in the eyes right now. Reeves is looking Sid in the eyes when we see that happen. What is your reaction?
It would be like seeing, maybe a sign of hope. You know, I defended the Morning Lord pool, and I had, I
Reeves
think he would think
nods and
there's a chance.
starts moving at a hustle and just says, "Let's go." And yeah,
Can I, Cormac? Do you want to try this?
Yes, but if I die, I am coming back and I'm killing someone.
Mean the other off.
You can start
Still
with
doubt it.
fraud.
Everyone else, this is like changing everything we just decided, but are
I'm
you
not.
all?
I'm not staying up here by myself. So.
Could I carry him if I flew and get there quicker?
Yep.
Just dump him in the water.
Technically.
Do you guys care if I,
for
Cormac?
it.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Fucking dive bomb? Sure, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, let's. Okay, I will use my wing and I will fly down there as fast as I can, seeing the thing glowing, and I will try to dunk him in the water, ready to pull him out if he screams in too much pain.
Okay, is anybody else going down as well?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
Can
taking
we,
the
like-
cliffs.
So you guys are all running down.
Can
okay.
Can I like do some super cool sliding stuff down and be all like
Bear Grylls down the mountain.
Bear Grylls down the mountain? Yep. Yeah.
I'm,
some stone surfing or something?
I'm jumping
Improvise,
down the
adapt,
cliff
overcome.
faces with my ring, my feather fall.
Feather
Oh, you
fall
could
ring?
just you
Nice.
could just jump off and fall. Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
use my like grapple hook and try and land on like 60-foot spaced out
So,
outcrops, but yeah, I'm cliff
So
diving.
you anime jump down the
Big time.
mountain.
I
I
kind
do
of think
80
it's
feet of free fall without it counting as a
well,
fall.
it's like 700 feet though, is what he said.
It's about.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it. It's 500 feet
Okay,
to the top of the abbey.
It's a lot of feet.
I mean,
That's one
That's-
turn of falling.
Yeah,
6 seconds of falling.
it's a lot of falling.
I mean, as long as I have an outcrop to land on every 80 to 90 feet or
80 feet, you're okay. I think it's actually kind of better if Lisbeth, who has absolutely no rings and no magic power and no nothing, is actually just doing a jog all the way down. As he
Cool.
watches
Yeah.
after he watches you guys
Yep,
jump off and do all your
I'm
cool
what-
stuff, he's like,
That's
right
cardio.
behind you there, Lisbeth.
yeah,
Okay.
and Chance is with you as well.
Yep.
She is
Chance,
no way.
Chance does exist.
All right, we split the
Yes.
party. Headed
Perfect.
to the pool.
the
Okay.
cool magical folk.
Now's the
Jump
time we
down.
get attacked.
As you throw Cormac into the pool.
Wait,
Cormac,
wait, I changed my mind. As I'm falling.
Midair.
you see him disappear beneath the turquoise water, and it's almost as if a shimmer of the sun blocks all view. Cormac, immediately you feel your lungs fill with water, and your entire body begins to itch and just scream as if some sort of beast is being pulled from within you out to the surface. You see some strangeness, Sid, as you look deep into the water, as you squint your eyes, seeing past the shimmer on the surface. You notice it is not Cormac that you see. It is some hybrid form between what he was to a werewolf, almost as if the physical transformation is somehow being accelerated.
You've killed me. Great.
But it is at that moment that you see a refreshed looking halfling gasping for air as you see just bits of fur, claws, and other, well, unmentionable items just float and disappear into the water, almost as if he has been, whatever was inside him has been purged.
There's no way that worked.
Oh, it worked.
There's no way.
It did. We
As
actually,
I drop him and see this happen, I think I would say, I didn't ask if he could swim. And I would maybe
Off table.
try to pull
This
him
is one of the only places in all of Barovia that has any sort of magical properties.
out. Like, you
Now
didn't
we
just
know.
make that up. Like, that's in the book.
That part is not in the book, but it does have magical properties.
Okay.
When Reeves shows up, like after all of this is done, he's just like muttering under his breath, keeps repeating the words, release this body, release control, release your hunger, release the soul, release the body, release control, relinquish your
doing the-
hunger, relinquish your soul. I'm just saying,
He's reading the.
yeah,
The incantations.
from memory. He has it locked in memory since he was told to remember it, and he's coming down, and as he's like jumping down, he's just repeating it over and over again, hoping that it somehow helps anything. And just
Merek is wondering if you should have given that vial of blood rage to to the other more mobile people, but oh well.
Now, what is Cormac's reaction as you come to the surface? It's like that.
Well, how do
It's
I
like in
feel?
those shows where like Reeves, Lisbeth, and Chance just arrive at the right moment, just as this is all finished
As
happening.
I just appear from the water, just like completely wet dog, just like hair and face, gasping for breath.
Yeah.
And like I said I could swim, but it's obvious that I cannot swim.
Any sort of like morning grog that you had is also completely dissipated.
Wait, morning grog?
Yeah,
it's
like
beer?
since you just woke up.
It cleared out your eye boogers.
Nice.
It's like a refreshing dip in the pool.
Yep.
All right. I'm all right with that.
But yeah, if you were to like look down, you would see like these like tufts of fur that you didn't have before, and like I said, like claws and things just kind of like floating away, descending into the water.
Is he drowning?
Yes, I'm actively
Okay.
drowning.
Oh, no.
Elizabeth
Oh, okay.
is-
No, I
Elizabeth
rescue
is
it.
still a
Grapple hook.
like, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you all managed to pull him out pretty easily, and like I said, all of you would see this like I said, this fur and all of this werewolf-like things just floating and descending away.
That solves one problem.
Does solve one problem.
honestly, yeah, that was our most dramatic. Like, could make things take a sour turn at any given time.
It would have happened.
Yes.
It would have happened today, by the way.
It would have happened today.
Of course it would have.
we did.
So do you remember those D6s that I had you randomly roll
when it
when
first,
you fought when it first
during
happened?
the
That was
fight.
for how many days?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and we didn't know if we wanted to re-roll to make you go lower or
Yeah,
higher.
yeah. You weren't sure if you wanted to re-roll. I was like, yeah, you guys do your thing.
The dirty
God.
trick, man.
Irina is also still kind of like she's now joined you, seeing this commotion. And she turns
Woke up
and
the whole town.
kind of asks you, you know, what's happened at the Abbey? Is everything okay?
No.
No.
Everything's not
He's
okay, but it's
doing-
also okay.
He's doing experiments. It's a place of darkness, just like Yesterhill, just like Argynvost.
She kind of like reaches down, grabbing onto her sword, her father's sword. And you notice she does so with more assertiveness, more sureness than you had seen in the past. And you almost wonder if the days that you were gone, she has been practicing, and she has been training. And she says, well, if it is any cleansing that needs to be done, I'm tired of doing nothing about it. And I will fight alongside you.
Maybe you could convince the townspeople to also pick up arms and do something with their worthless lives.
Part of our hesitation is that actions we take up there will put them at risk. We could release beasts into the town. We could fail. Or if we leave it be, it could risk the town.
You could do a lot.
Their will matters in the decisions that we make. Convincing them or asking them if they prefer the status quo, they prefer to wait for what might come down, or take the risk of us cleansing and purifying it and opening up a haven for them in the future.
I know what their answer will be. Things were good. Things have been good here. They will not want anything to change.
It's changed already. They have no
Yep.
food.
Whether they want it to or not.
That it has, but that problem has been taken care of. They can now rebuild. They can grow more crops. They'll figure out a way. They always have.
And Lisbeth, what of your people? This is not a problem that just affects Kresk, but the whole region.
My people are fine for now, but if something else like that hits them again, they won't make it through the winter.
I think we need to deal with it then. It showed, everything I saw showed no signs of stopping. I think Ilya was maybe one of the first problems.
That
I
corpse.
still
that
don't
we
know
buried
why
in-
he picked Ilya, or why he came down here himself to get him.
Should have asked them.
You think the mother would have? I
in,
mean, she
like,
figured out her son was a
2020.
monster. I don't know if she would have known anything else into it.
Well,
And
we
the
can
ma-
get answers. We can get answers at dinner.
Could.
Irina
Dimitri-
kind
Too
of.
late.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You guys just go ahead and yourselves.
Yeah.
One of you has to.
No, go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt.
Lisbeth,
Nothing?
I think.
No,
I
you
was
go
done.
ahead.
Cool. That's fine. So Irina kind of again pauses for a moment. Seeing you, Cormac, she kind of looks towards you and says, I see rest has been doing you well. You didn't look so well when you first arrived here.
Oh, but I had to get my beauty sleep.
I've been coming here for, well, quite some time, and well, it's quite beautiful, don't you think? And she's kind of looking over this shimmering water as the sun just, you think, is at its brightest as this statue, this gazebo, is illuminated. Irina kind of walks towards the pool's edge, and that's when you notice that the sparkles turn into something different. You see a noble image of a man that you all recognize to be that of Sergei, Strahd's brother. You notice this handsome young man, his eyes clearly sad, clearly suffering, all of a sudden turn to joy. And he screams out, "Tatiana! It has been so long. Come, my love, please, let us be together at last." And as Irina kind of stares back at this visage in the water, in a very fragile voice, it is now, to all of you at least, confirmed that this soul in Irina's body is definitely that of Tatiana. And in a very fragile voice, she whispers back, my beloved Sergei, has this pool finally called your spirit to mine? Irina reaches towards the water surface, just as you all did a day before. And as a hand of water rises up, it very kindly takes hers. Irina is slowly pulled into the pool of water, and beneath the rippling and illuminated surface of the water, Sergei and Irina embrace. You have never seen a happier couple. As they both begin to fade from view, that is when the unthinkable happens. A sudden peal of thunder shakes the land, and dark clouds coalesce from above. A deep and dark voice, one that you all recognize, shouts from beyond the mountains, "She is mine." And that is when you see a terrible crack, almost as if whatever veil hovers over this land is peeled back from the skies, as a resounding dark blue lightning splits from above and strikes the pool in front of you. The explosion is enough to blow all of you back, and the gazebo's inevitable collapse takes place, and every roof and household, every shingle in Kresk is shaken. You now hear the distant howls from the Abbey of St. Markovia above, and when the dust settles, unfortunately, the pool has lost its idyllic charm, and the sun is completely snuffed out. Floating there is the very small corpse of Irina Koliana, her skin completely scorched and her hair crackling with sparks.
The fuck?
And that is where we will end today's session.
Some bullshit.
I am
Bullshit, Jeff.
very surprised you guys didn't stop her from going in the water.
Free will.
I mean, we've seen like all these good things with like her love and all that stuff. It was like, oh yeah, like
And
we
Sergei
found all
is
these-
no friend of Strahd.
yeah,
Yeah,
and this
but
healing water of this healing pool. I'm not, I don't know.
Didn't seem like the place an evil spirit could manifest.
Well,
you
it's
definitely
not like,
don't think there was an evil spirit.
No.
You think it is just...
It was legitimate.
It was just Strahd.
Yeah, it was Strahd.
It was just Strahd.
It was just Strahd being Strahd. Well, on the bright side, we may have gotten our distraction to bring the Abbot down to the, pool of non-magical water now.
Or he got his distraction that's going to kill us before we even get to do anything else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
so, off table,
sounds-
what do you guys think you would like to do next session?
Cry.
Well, that's why I figured it's a good cliffhanger for the end of the session, because then, you can cry between sessions before we get to...
How would she?
Uh,
She's the one that he's been after the whole time, though. Why would he kill her?
Because he's an evil, evil man.
You think because,
If I can't
most
have her, no one
likely
can.
I
that...
think we
Yep,
know. Yeah, I think we
exactly.
know she gets resurrected, right?
Exactly.
We
She
kinda
could
know
she just
that.
reincarnates, then Strahd lives forever, right? So we can just keep trying.
You know that there's... You know that Strahd knows that if she were to be killed, that she would eventually reincarnate into
The next
another...
one.
Version. And then we have to find said
Now we have
version
to
again.
And you don't know how long that could be. The black bottle,
it
could be 10 minutes. It could be hundreds of years.
Yeah.
And Strahd has all the time in the world compared to us, right?
Not anymore. You've got his number.
Do we?
I think to be honest, like I think Sid would be like if there's nothing here to lash out at, he would clearly want to lash out at something, and he'd probably go lash out at the Abbey.
We're gonna go fight something.
So
I
what would
think
you?
he-
So
yeah,
so her body is floating in the water.
I mean, I would pull it out and I would cast Gentle Repose on it. I think it's unlikely. I have that as a Strahd's book charge, but I think it's very unlikely.
I mean,
No.
I mean, the only way to resurrect someone is fucking up there at the Abbey.
He might know something about the black bottle then if we go up to him. And the resurrection. He might be able to point us to where she's going
If I
next.
can't, no. So I'm gonna go in the pool and I'm gonna use a charge of Strahd's book and I'm gonna cast Gentle Repose.
Okay.
And I can cast Revivify if I have the components, and maybe there's a chance there's some of those components up there. He seems to be the only one capable of doing something like that.
How much time do we have to do that?
very possible.
If I cast Gentle Repose on her body, we have 10 days. We have time, I think, right?
Yeah. 10 days. Keeps her from decomposing for 10
Doesn't
days.
she have to want to come back though?
Well, that's another problem. That's later.
Sid's not thinking about that right now.
I feel like in
Sid's just
Barovia,
getting her
everyone
back.
wants to come back, though. The
Does-
alternative-
Does Gentle Repose work with Revivify? It says Raise Dead.
General repose basically just keeps them from rotting.
Yeah, but
decomposing.
Revivify.
Revivify brings them
Revivify's
back
last-
from
It's a short term.
unconsciousness.
Yeah.
Revivify
Yes.
doesn't actually bring them back at all. It
does.
just
Yeah. Any creature that's died within the last minute.
within the
Yeah,
last
so I just
minute.
don't know if Gentle Repose. I have to use. It says I'm googling and it says extends the timeout for Revivify 2. Maybe
That
we
part I
can
don't
research
know.
that.
But yeah, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
I see. Yes.
would this
So-
be considered Sergei's resting place?
You believe so,
Okay, well,
Oh.
Merek has some ideas because I'm not interested.
but
in
you do
sticking
not.
to his
You do not
course.
necessarily know why.
Why?
You don't necessarily know why Sergei's spirit would be here in this pool.
Well, I have other things I want to do that have nothing to do with corpses.
Cool.
Sure, that's what you always say.
So I know this was a non-combat session, a lot of
Fine.
planning and a lot of trying to figure out. I know it can be frustrating, but I also want to make sure I don't give any
Well,
spoilers away necessarily. So I think it was good
we're
to
going
kind of.
through. We're going through a transition of being more cautious, which is
Yeah.
difficult for us.
And that, yeah,
Um,
that's totally fair.
I think that's what's happening.
Did
We've been bit one too many times.
who raised their int scores there since we last leveled up?
Yeah.
So I know it was an unexpected end.
But we cured Cormac.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Holy shit, did I
Did-
not expect that?
You
Nope.
did cure me.
I didn't expect it to work. I didn't expect it to fully cure him.
Yeah, you made the right call by saying let's get GTFO down there.
Yeah.
Yep, quick decision making. I like the idea. I was like, oh, that's pretty neat. I like that.
Yeah. It's good.
We're gonna suffer the. At what question, Jeff? At what
Mhm.
time would he have turned?
I
During the
I
day?
hadn't thought that far ahead yet, but it would have been probably at the most inopportune time, as it always
Yeah,
is.
you know,
like
right, we're in the middle of dinner or fighting,
yeah,
or
yeah,
yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've looked it up. I think I think Gentle Repose will work on Revivify. So if we want to do that, we can try. So Sid would have the idea of going up to the Abbey and seeing if there's a way to get a component for that spell or something.
Are you bringing Irina, or you?
I cast Gentle Repose and I don't know. I guess that would be the fastest way, but
We leave her
Is
with
he gonna,
Dimitri
like-
or something.
is he gonna like use her body for something?
Yes.
Was
Okay.
that a yes, bring her, or yes, he's gonna use
Yes,
her body?
he's
for
going
something?
to use her body for something. If we bring him a fresh corpse, a
Absolutely.
seconds
Yep.
old, like decomposition wise, fresh corpse.
Yeah.
Actually, one as important as hers.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
think Sid would want to bring her body up there.
No.
With it, yeah.
You
We-
do know.
well,
You do
Mm.
know that as far as like, if he wanted bodies, you think he would be able to get them just from the graves.
True.
He
Yeah.
wants specific bodies.
Yeah, this one
Or
was a vessel
maybe
for a special
living-
spirit.
Don't we all?
Living and willing.
Shit.
It's true. She's dead and Potentially unwilling.
Dimitri's son was dead.
Fuck, we just lost like our oldest living friend.
I know I haven't processed that. So Arabella,
I feel like that happened really quick and sudden.
Yes.
you know,
Like,
Like a
he started
flash of
describing it, and I was like,
lightning.
wait, is this actually happening right now?
For a minute, I thought she was getting her happily ever after. Like,
Same.
Are you kidding
Welcome
me?
to
It's
Curse of
Barovia.
Strahd.
It's Barovia.
Yeah.
There is no
Well,
happy ever after in Strahd.
we'll have to decide. I'll have to yeah.
So
We're
yeah, you'll have to
surviving
let me
Strahd.
know. So the plan that you're telling me so far is to go up to the Abbey.
Yeah, it's a good
No.
question whether
So
we bring the body or not.
the question's gonna be, yeah, let me know if you're gonna bring the body. That
We could leave her with Luca
Dimitri.
or Dimitri.
I also think that Strahd could come and get her body.
Yeah, I feel like Strahd is still like just looking at us.
Yeah, right here.
I
I mean, the
You
sky
have a
did get
bag
peeled
of
back,
holding.
and
The body is an object now, so
I feel
sure.
like if he wanted her body, he would have gotten it by now.
I don't think he cares
Like,
about
I
her
feel
body.
like he just would have taken it.
I
Like,
think her body is just a bottle that held her soul.
yeah.
the
I
bag
don't
the
think he has
bag of
empathy.
the bag of holding is a great idea, by the way. Her
I
body's
do have a
technically an
bag of
object.
holding. And she
Yeah,
doesn't need to
that would
breathe
work.
if she's dead.
Yep,
Exactly.
She's an
that would be
object.
The worst idea.
Bodies are objects. So
And we'd be able to bring her
Alright.
with us, and we know
Stuff
she's
her
safe.
stuff her
that.
in.
oh my
I
god.
don't think Sid would like that idea.
We're
Yeah.
gonna.
I
We're
don't-
still gonna
I
wrap her
don't-
up nicely.
I don't know if you could do it respectfully. Maybe he would, because
Yeah.
the idea of leaving her body on the ground or with Dimitri, or I have to think about this. I gotta
Yeah.
At
think
least
about
since
it.
he's with
That's
us.
make
why-
him
that's
empty
why I
his
feel
bag of
like-
holding.
that's why I felt like I would leave it at the end of the session. I mean, it
Just saying.
somehow
What would
worked
you
out.
have done if
so
we didn't go down to that hole?
Other things could happen.
Yeah,
She
There's
would
always
still be
something.
alive.
He can no.
This
no,
is true.
If we never went back to that pool, she'd still be alive. I mean, Cormac would still be a werewolf, but
You
Okay.
lose someone either way.
But again, it's Barovia is all about pros and cons.
no.
I would love to have been a farmer in Kresk for that last like 15 minutes. to just see the party like come halfway
Running
down the
down.
hill, back up the hill, running back down the hill, jumping off cliffs, throwing people in the water, screaming.
I feel like Mathael or Luca are just sitting there like, what the fuck?
Mouth, Mouth
Like,
right
this
now
is-
is
this
loving
is
the
why-
decision he made.
Yeah.
This is why
yeah.
I left.
Somebody's
Just
like, this is why I stopped
scattering chickens
adventuring.
as we're running through town.
It's like that episode of Scrubs where they follow the other people in the hospital instead of like the
Yeah.
main characters.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. All right. We need Chance to come back and tell us what to do. Somehow.
I do know what she would say.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
And she would say, what would Sid do? Because
Yeah.
Oh,
I will
God damn
follow
it.
what Sid would do.
Sure.
That is what
I
she
feel like
told
this-
me.
I feel like this is the
Jeff,
most
I'm going to give you 1 inspiration point for that.
like this is like the most indecisive I think session I've had the entire campaign. So
Absolutely.
that was a bad decision on Chance's part. I blame her.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, she
Mhm.
literally said, because I told her kind of what may happen, because I figured it would happen this session, and she said, yeah, she would literally ask what Sid would do, and she also said that she would want to bring Irina back
Okay.
in whatever way that would be.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think that's what Sid would want to.
yeah,
Figure it out
I-
into
Reeves
it.
is on board
Just-
with that.
Glad that we waited till the morning.
Yeah.
Like, there were so many times where we were about to just go in there. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pays off.
All
to
right.
be patient sometimes.
I gotta run. Are we playing Wednesday next week again?
Yeah,
or are
Wednesday
you
next week,
already-
and then
Okay.
Mondays are good for me, but the first Monday of
Yeah.
every month I have a board meeting. So I
what do
can't-
we think about the
I'll be late.
29th?
That's
Yeah,
fine with me.
I'll be in Moncton, so I'll be good to go.
Cool.
Yeah.
29th works, yeah.
29th is
Yeah, I
okay
think
with
that's
everyone?
fine with me.
Should
so-
be okay.
so
I'll
the-
let you know if it's not otherwise.
Okay, yeah, let me know if it's not, and otherwise so the reason why is I just want to make sure you guys have enough time to like, I feel like we've put a lot of time already into the campaign, and I'd rather
Yep.
make sure you guys get kind of the full thing rather than being like, oh, we have to cut this thing because
Right.
we have a firm date, right? So like, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure you have
Enough
the
time
I
to
mean,
get it
if
done.
it's easier to add extra sessions if
Exactly.
we need to than having
Yeah.
to cut stuff out. And
Yeah.
if we keep having sessions like this, then
And that's the thing is like, but these are good sessions where you're like I feel like indecisiveness is good in a way because it's like, what would my character really do? Like, you know,
Yeah.
and it's not an easy scenario. Like, so
No, it's not.
Indecisions happen in real life, right? So
Yeah.
I think that's even why I said I was frustrated, but Sid wouldn't be like it's fine
Yeah.
that I'm frustrated. I don't want to make him do something, out of bounds just because I'm frustrated,
Yeah.
So I think
well,
that's fine.
well, like I said, hopefully it's not player frustration to the point where you're like,
No,
oh,
no.
I fucking hate this. But it's
No,
like I also don't want to be like forcing you guys into doing
Yeah.
like
I hate
saying
all
yeah.
of it. I need another month off.
no.
All right. Well, we'll catch you guys in June.
No,
No.
My mental health
I-
was way worse over the last few weeks.
I will say the thing with the bells is driving me insane. Like, we need to
365.
figure out what the fuck is going on with the bells.
It's the
Do you want me to
365.
tell? Do you want me to just tell you? I can just tell
No.
you.
I'm okay with that.
No.
no, no.
There's no
Jack, figure it out.
accomplishment in that.
Look,
I don't
Elizabeth's
need
gonna have
accomplishment.
I love
Elizabeth's
it.
gonna have one question for the abbot.
What the fuck are these bells about?
Pretty much it. Do you not know how to
Alright.
count? Because they're different each time.
I gotta go. All
right.
right.
Yeah, me too.
All right,
Right
y'all.
on. All right, that was fun.
Yeah,
session,
good
guys.
guys. We'll
Good
catch
sesh.
you guys
Good sesh.
next week.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Ciao.
All right, chat. That was another week of D&D. We are back doing it every week. We're going to be doing it twice a week for the most part because we want to catch up because our final session coming up this summer. We are wrapping the story up in just a couple months. And we're all going to be flying together for one big in-person weekend. So forward to that. I'll find some way to stream it. get something going there, and it'll be a lot of fun. So thanks a lot for everyone for tuning in, and I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Bye.